Welcome again to our wonderful, it's not a new hall, but it's a new location for us to be holding our board meetings, and it's part of our old hospital and very conducive for meetings like this. So lovely to see members of the public here again, and our Deputy Lead Council of Governors and colleagues from across the Trust, and of course our Unitary Board. It is, as ever, a live streamed event. I will forget lots of times during the course of the meeting, but if when you speak you remember to turn on your microphones and turn them off, that makes life a lot easier for everyone. So just in terms of today's meeting, I've received apologies from Gary O'Hare, Julian Foster, Katie Stewart and Prasanna Bana. And I'm very pleased to welcome on his birthday Andy Mack, who's going to be presenting on behalf of Gary. You are very lucky to be spending your birthday with us today, Andy, that's all I can say. The reason why we live stream our meeting is because many colleagues who have a very acute interest in the works of the Trust, including our fantastic Council of Governors, do really find it an accessible way to engage with the board through the live streaming. And of course this then goes on our, I was going to say our very own YouTube channel, but I don't think that's quite accurate, is it, Rebecca? But it is put up on the Trust website so that members of the public, our service users, carers and all of those interested in us can look at the proceedings today. And of course, as we know, members of the public have got opportunities to ask questions, and there's space for that at the end of today's agenda. If I can begin today by formally welcoming very warmly Rob Gregg, who's our new non-executive director. This is your first meeting with us, Rob, and I think we're all delighted that you've joined the board. You've already started your induction, meeting many of our colleagues here. But for those that don't know Rob, Rob's a senior digital and technology leader. He's got over 25 years of experience operating at a very senior executive and board level across some of the country's most complex and regulated environments. And he's also bringing great experience as both a trustee and a non-executive director as well. The reason we really wanted Rob, apart from all of that expertise, which of course goes without saying, is because he has a really strong track record of digital transformation, and we know, don't we, as a board, that that's an area where we're really focused on. We've got huge opportunities to up our game in quite a tremendous way around that digital transformation, so that our colleagues, our service users and our carers have far better access to our services. So you're very welcome to be here, Rob. Lovely to see you. I would also like to welcome later today our Talk Award winners. I don't think they're here yet, but they're coming. They are? Oh, great. Is this... Hello, Kerry. Ah, right. Lovely to see you both. Very nice of you to be here. Hopefully you've been brief. We're going to do a proper introduction to you and a celebration of the reasons why you've both been awarded the winner, as it were, and the person who's almost a winner, I guess, Leslie, in terms of what you've achieved and the fact that you've been nominated by so many members of staff. But we'll come to that a little bit in the on the agenda. But it's really, really great to see both of you here. We have got a full agenda today, as ever. We're going to build in a break at around 11ish. But if I forget, because I sometimes do, if someone could just remind me. That we are going to make sure we have a break. A couple of big things on the agenda today is looking at our refreshed trust strategy, which Tom's going to talk us through. We've got a really good report on how all of the different streams of our work to address the culture within our organisation are coming together, which I think will be an interesting discussion. Of course, we're going to be delighted to welcome colleagues from our older adult services who are going to talk to us about the turnaround that they've achieved in services, which was very recently recognised through our CQC report. So really looking forward to all of those items on the agenda, as well as all of the rest of the business, which is generally more routine. So that's the plan. I haven't been notified of any urgent business, but I'll just check. No? Okay. In that case, a very warm welcome. Let's go on to declarations of interest, which are on the printed sheets. Just check that has anyone got any alterations or amendments to there? Linz.
Thank you. I'd just like to include that I've now joined the board of Orwell Housing Association. I don't believe that causes any specific conflicts today.
Thanks very much indeed, Linz, and we'll note that for the record. I'm now moving on to the next agenda item, which is to approve the minutes of the previous board held in public, which was on the 9th of April. So can we just have a look at them for accuracy first? Helen?
Yeah, just a minor point, but I was at the meeting.
That's
I'm not on the
major
notes.
point, Helen, if you don't mind me saying so. Apologies for omitting you, and we'll get that corrected. Are there any other corrections? So we'll take the minutes, please. Can we approve the minutes as an accurate record? And then let's go on to either matters arising or points from the action log. I know, Ade, that a number of issues have been closed on the action log, which is great to see. I think we've got one open and one overdue action, which I think fairly readily speak for themselves. But is there anything you'd like to add?
No, that's quite a good summary. Just open it up to any board members for any questions about any of the items we're proposing to close.
Okay, so as you can see, there's a number of closed actions here, which I've been through and Caroline's been through. I think we're very comfortable with where the report says that we're at, but just check with colleagues. Caroline.
I guess just the one around alerts and escalations. I think this is still maturing, and I think what we thought we'd do is bring this into our next board development session so that we can discuss it more as a board.
Yeah.
And across all, particularly all the committees, the exec and NED, thoughts and approaches. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind just to build on that, it's really important that we're as absolutely transparent about all of the work that happens in our board committees. And as you'll hear during the course of today's meetings, you'll be hearing short presentations of the reports of the committee chairs of our committees of the board. But those don't take place in public. And it's also really important as a unitary board that we are rightly addressing issues that are of concern to us collectively in the public domain. And that's what we call the escalations, if you like, into board. Those are the really knotty problems that we know we've got to solve as a trust, and there's all sorts of things happening in order to do so, but on occasions a little bit more needs to happen, and there needs to be a discussion board in public of the what's the issue, where are we now, and the kind of the what next, what happens next to address what are often quite enduring issues. So as Caroline said, a number of these will get raised and surfaced during the course of the meeting, but we're doing some work around the kind of the slickness of our governance arrangements, if you like, to be able to make sure that that's a seamless process and is consistently applied across all of our board committees. Helen?
Will that conversation include, we've talked about there being an assurance rating, and that I think before we introduce that we need to discuss it so that we're consistent in how we use that.
Yeah, absolutely right. So one of the ideas which has been suggested that other trusts do is when board committees meet and they look at the issues that are of perhaps concern or otherwise they rate how assured or otherwise they are as to the work that's been undertaken to address that issue. So that was a proposition that in the future we look to do that, so that there's even greater transparency to members of the public service, users and carers, as to the bits that we're really kind of prioritising on and that we know we need to focus on in terms of prioritisation. There's a discussion going on, Helen, in order to answer your question, around a consistent corporate approach to our board committees, and it's that we're going to take into the meeting that Caroline just described, and as part of that we'll also discuss the assurance rating proposal. I think it came in from you, Jeremy, didn't it, a while back actually. It's something that you'd experienced in one of your previous trusts. But nothing is going to happen until the whole of the board has had a chance to look at what the model might look like, and most importantly that we all understand what we mean by alert, assure, advise, escalation, and then if there's going to be on top of that an assurance rating, that we're all applying the same criteria, so that when it comes to board we can kind of really understand what's been escalated to us and why. So that's the kind of plan. I don't know whether you want to add anything else. Tom?
I was just going to add, you can see we've got an open and overdue action, which is the Chair's report, because that's a key part of this process, is making sure that report brings the right information through. So that's part of the reason that item's overdue. That needs to be part of that work we're doing now.
But I think, rightly, Tom, we'll just note for the record of this meeting is that part and parcel of that conversation will include the question around the ratings on assurance. Yeah. Okay, great. Caroline, did you want to say anything else?
No, I think that's perfect.
All right, great. Anything else on the either open, overdue or closed items on the action log? No, so in that case, can I propose that we note the action log? Thanks very much indeed. And now I'm really delighted to turn to the Talk Award winners. I'm really pleased to welcome Kerry Page, who's our Talk Award winner, and Dr. Leslie Cousins, who's our runner-up. And I'm going to hand over to Rebecca, who's going to advise all of us and those of you that are watching the extraordinary contributions that Kerry and Leslie have made to the Trust, and also to bring new colleagues, board colleagues, up to speed with what the Talk Award process is. It's something that's very much kind of internally driven and a recognition of fantastic colleagues by their colleagues. But Rebecca, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome Kerry and welcome Leslie to today. Our Talk Awards process is something that we run monthly across the organisation, and it's an opportunity for colleagues to nominate individual colleagues or teams as a whole for an award. And we've actually recently automated that system, so it's much easier to make your nomination, and the individual who's been nominated or team and their manager are immediately notified that nomination has taken place. So it's really slick and simple, and it's been very much welcomed by colleagues, and we've seen an increase in the number of nominations. So that's really great progress, and thanks to my team for making that work. But focusing particularly now on our winner, Kerry, and our runner-up, Leslie, I'd just like to say a few words, if I may. So Kerry Page is our Fleet and Transport Officer, and Dr. Leslie Cousins is a consultant psychiatrist for the West Suffolk Children's Eating Disorders team. Both have been chosen as winner and runner-up for our Talk Award nominations for March. So focusing firstly on Kerry, your nomination, Kerry, praised the pivotal role that you have played in transforming the Trust's taxi and transport operations. You've introduced a structured booking process to ensure compliance with our contractual responsibilities, but you've also improved safeguarding and assurance standards. Your nomination said, through Kerry's diligence, innovation, and commitment to trust values, Kerry has delivered meaningful operational improvements and financial efficiencies. Her outstanding efforts make her a highly deserving nominee for a Talk Award. Well done. And Leslie, as our runner-up for the month of March, your nomination said that you had stepped in to offer significant medical advice and support to cover a psychiatry absence. It added, Leslie has been available for all team meetings and supported several reviews and reflective group discussions. This has been hugely appreciated by everyone and deserves recognition. It has always remained really clear throughout that exceptional patient care and service delivery is at the centre of everything you do. A huge thank you from your team. So our sincere thanks and congratulations to both of you, and also to everyone who's nominated for an award in March. Well done, Leslie. We'd now like to invite you to present your certificates and to take a little photo. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Rebecca, and thanks again to Kerry and Leslie. It's so important that we celebrate the achievements of our colleagues, and this is one of many ways that we seek to recognise fantastic service and great team contributions. So really important that we do that at our board in public. I'd like to move on, if I may, to the Chair's report, which is my report, which is paper D in the papers. I'm going to take all of the papers as read. And I always say that, and then I take a little bit of time on my Chair's report and set a very poor example to others for the rest of the meeting, so apologies for that. But you have my report in front of you, and there's 3 or 4 areas I just wanted to talk about. I'd like to start on a very sad note, if I may, and that's to note the very sad passing of Hattie Llewellyn-Davis, who is the chair of Essex Partnership Trust, and that's the mental health trust adjacent to us. Hattie is what many colleagues have described as a legend within the NHS. She's a background of housing, but came into the non-executive NHS world a number of years ago, and in fact mentored colleagues on this board. Was an incredibly warm, engaging, knowledgeable, sensitive individual who was always prepared to take on a challenge, and I think that was why she was asked to step in about a year ago to become chair of EPUT as we know it. I had the privilege of working with Hattie earlier in the year on some appointments work that we were doing together for NHS England, and I learnt an awful lot from her just in the course of the time I was with her, and I think we would mark with great sadness her passing as a board. Thank you. As you know, I've got 3 priorities as chair. I know that they kind of coincide, meld, dovetail with the trust priorities of improving healthcare, culture and value. But I think it's always really important to restate what my priorities are as chair. Advancing race equity, becoming an anti-racist organisation. I'll say a little bit about that in a while, putting carers as well as service users at the heart of everything that we do and improving our services through transformation and innovation. And I think it's really important that a number of the items on the agenda today speak directly to those areas where I think we need to maintain a real laser-like focus. As part of the work that we're doing around improving the culture, it is key that we celebrate staff achievements. It's lovely to invite Talk Award winners to come and receive acknowledgement, and it was also fantastic, and many of you from the board were at the nursing conference on International Nurses Day. Again, not just a celebration of nurses across the world, a real celebration of nurses within our own organisation. It was the first time we'd had a nursing conference. It was led by Anthony. 350 nurses and other professions in the room. Student nurses were very vocal, weren't they, and very engaged as well, which was lovely to see. But it's really important that we had that opportunity to bring our colleagues together to talk about our objectives, to talk about how we want to lead, how we want to serve our service users. And sadly, I was only able to stay for part of the day for family reasons, but it was a terrific event, and I'd like to thank Anthony and all of those involved in the organisation of that event, of bringing colleagues together. More recently, in fact, only 2 days ago, I was involved, along with Caroline and many others in this room, in the celebration event for our first Routes to Success leadership development programme, a real celebration of a programme that has really done something that I think that leadership programmes don't generally do, which is to identify a number of individuals of talent and of colour who are going to be supported in achieving the aspirations that they have within our organisation, working closely with their sponsors and in a structured way, led by Yvonne Coghill. I'm delighted, by the way, to note that one of our fantastic pioneers from that first cohort of Routes to Success, Anna, is here, and she's alongside her sponsor, Jason, shadowing the meeting today. Anna, it's lovely to see you again, just in 2 days in the same room, but you're very welcome here. And it was a tremendous experience where we heard directly from the participants of their experience of the course, how it's caused them to reflect what it's made them feel, but really importantly, I think for us as leaders, what we need to do as a trust to become truly anti-racist. And there was a huge amount of learning for me in the room, and I'm sure Caroline as well. I think Caroline will probably say some more words, but I think it's really important to note those events. They're profoundly important. Our challenge as a board is how we replicate the experience of the first cohort and really kind of industrial scale, take that across the whole of the organisation. Very briefly, we are in a changing world. We note, of course, that there's been local elections recently, and there's been changes in control of our county councils, really key partners for us as a mental health trust. If we're going to be able to work together with statutory agencies, local authorities, to keep our service users safe and well in their communities, it's really important that we engage strongly with the leadership of the new administrations, and that's why Caroline and I, alongside working with MPs, will be working with the new leaders of the new authorities and offering them briefings and conversations on the work that we do as a mental health trust and strengthening the work that we do with their respective organisations. Really, really important. On our Council of Governors, and slightly linked to the last point, I'd just like to say again a huge thank you to our Council of Governors. I see a number of you here today. Thank you for taking the time and trouble to come. But I'd like to make a special mention to a Council of Governor member who is not any longer with us because he was an appointed representative from the County Council. Councillor James Reader, as was a governor when I first started, and has been a real advocate, but also friend and critical challenge of NSFT. James was tireless in his work as a member of the Council of Governors, brought great insight, made sure that we drew kind of links with the County Council, encouraging us to forge closer working relationships. He was very successful in that, and certainly for me personally as a chair, opened doors for me to have conversations in the County Council. I think we will all miss him enormously, and we wish him well in his, I suppose, slightly enforced retirement, but he was a great asset to NSFT, and we thank him for the record. Let me move on now to some further farewells, and mentioned in the report, but really important that I extend the sincere thanks on behalf of the whole of the Unitary Board to Marie Claire, who's also known as MC, whose time at the board comes to an end actually today. MC has brought the perspective, I think, of someone who really knows how to get things done in running complex organisation as a chief executive of a fantastic housing association. And she's applied that ability to get things done really thoughtfully and astutely in your role as non-executive director. You've really demonstrated a commitment to championing an open and inclusive culture, making sure that the voices of the service users are at the heart of all of our conversations, and often challenging us when we're not doing that appropriately, both within public board and in private board. I especially value, MC, the insight that you've brought around governance, freedom to speak up. You stepped in, taking over from Lindsay's lead in that role, and also the work that you've done on the LGBTQ+ network as well. Whenever you talk, people listen, MC. We'll miss you immensely. We know what a successful chief executive you are. We'd love to have maintained your talents, and we've worked hard, I think, to keep you here, and we're going to learn from you to make sure that we continue to be able to bring in individuals who are not ancient like me, but are actually doing something and still hold down an impressive career. So MC, on behalf of the board, thank you so very much. I'd like to turn now to Lynn's, who's my deputy chair. And again, this is our last board meeting in public with Lynn's, as she steps down at the end of the month after the end of 6 years. And goodness me, what a 6 years it has been, Lynn's. Most recently, you've been my deputy chair and a fantastic sounding board to me. You know, a sort of a real kind of level head, voice of reason, someone that talks complete common sense to me, and also as the senior independent director, which is an important role within trust governance. It was interesting to see, and congratulations, by the way, on your appointment as a non-executive director to Orwell Housing Association. They're really lucky to have you. And I saw on LinkedIn that when you announced that, one of our previous colleagues described you as a bloodhound, Ned. Now, I think that that was a compliment, to be honest. I hope you took it as a compliment, because I have never met anyone who has got such a kind of forensic ability to get to the heart of what it is we're dealing with, whether it's an audit and risk issue, whether it's a service user issue, whether it's a how can we make sure our culture changes at pace. You get right to the heart of the issue. I think it's partly your kind of training as someone very skilled in finance and board assurance, which I'm certainly not, but through your role as chairing audit and risk for a number of years, and then more recently performance and finance committee, you have ensured that the trust not only keeps on the straight and narrow in terms of those kind of really important areas, but that you ensure that we have a long-term plan for bringing about change that's going to transform the lives of our service users. You have your own personal family lived experience, and you bring that with great humility and great insight into all of the conversations that you have as well, which I think is really important and really remarkable. I could talk for at length, and we're going to give you a proper presentation and gift later today. but you've played such a pivotal role in really strengthening our governance, really ensuring that audit and risk works for us rather than against us in terms of the kind of the governance. And you've created, through your Freedom to Speak Up work, a transformation in the safe spaces that we're able to provide colleagues in order to be able to speak up. I don't think I give you all of the credit for this, but I think the very fact that our staff survey response rates have transformed in the last year have been in large part to the work that you've done to engender that culture of openness as a non-executive director. It's a pleasure working with you. Your warmth, humour and generosity, I think, is shared and experienced by all. You've really seen the trust through some of its hardest times to its better times, and you'll leave a real lasting legacy. On behalf of the board, I'd like to thank you, Linz, very much. And if we could just say thank you to Linz and staff. I'd like to invite Linz to say some words as well, if I may.
Thank you. I really don't think I can take the credit for our staff survey results, but thank you. I have to say the last 6 years have truly been a privilege. So it was 6 years ago that I started as Audit and Risk Committee Chair, and back then we seemed to be constantly surprised by incidents and issues, and these would come to us via external sources, normally the CQC, even the press and our partners. It was a very different space. And in 2020, at my first board, our Freedom to Speak Up cases were in the single digits per month. And then working with you to bring that in-house was fabulous. So the first staff survey result had a 46% response rate. Such a different time. And our out-of-area bed days were being measured in the hundreds, 363. So inappropriate out-of-area placements at the July 2020 board. And that continued to rise as COVID really hit our population. And of course, the CQC reports that landed soon after I started that kept us firmly in special measures, and it took us 4 years to get out. But over that last 6 years, the board and locality leadership has just gone from strength to strength. And I just look at the calibre of everybody around this table and of our amazing governors, and I just think I'm just both humbled and privileged to have been part of this, and I say thank you. And the relationship with our external partners, our associates and collaborative groups, I'd like to say it's been a hard-won battle, but I'm not sure we're quite won yet, but we're certainly in a much better place than what we were when I first started here. And delivering risk training to the board was a truly light bulb moment in how risk is viewed and used more effectively. And our 5,000 colleagues have been on a journey with us. And that change fatigue is real. We can see that in our feedback that we're receiving. But our ability to embrace change will be the next challenge. But let's not forget the actual wins and accolades. There's been so many, hasn't there? So our capital estate teams, the veteran service, memory assessment service, the recent CQC reports in older adult services and forensics, the list could go on. And our colleagues are speaking up, which is a significant change, and our staff survey results, as you said. These also tell us there's still a lot to do, but the level of engagement is incredible, and that wasn't here before. And I'm taking no personal credit for these achievements. I hope I've given a listening ear and a gentle question at the right time and a nudge in the right direction. And I leave today with a real, well, not today, at the end of the month, still got some to go, but I leave with a sense of pride, actually, of where this organisation is getting to compared to 6 years ago. And it's an exciting time with the initial response service and the emergency hubs coming into our strategy. And I also have other memories that I'm going to talk about, like cuddling a llama at the Safer Ward celebrations, and listening to the music that was on for our lovely service users, and seeing the huge amounts of equal humble and pride by Belinda and Luke at Woodlands at the recent visit. the delight of all of our colleagues at the annual staff awards, the joy of actually having our talk award winners here at board. It is such a different place to be. So our trust's resilience and brilliant leadership and ability to embrace change will be the difference in how NSFT looks in another 6 years' time. So, and I wish all of you the best of luck and all the best for the future. So, thank you.
It's really important that as we look forwards, we sometimes glimpse in the rear view mirror and remember where we've come from and the challenges that that Lynn's has described in eloquent terms that this organisation has been through, and the impact that that's had on members of the board, but really importantly when we're starting to talk now very openly with staff and they're talking back to us, we hear reflected back to us what that legacy of decades actually of being undervalued, of not being recognised, of not engaging has had on the trust. And it's incredible to hear your journey as a non-exec, Lynn's, and the profound influence you've had. So thank you very much indeed for that. Has anyone got any questions on the Chair's report, other than I think Lynn's was referring to the light bulb moment in the training for the board on risk was actually me, because I know absolutely everything I need to know about board assurance frameworks thanks to Lynn's. And I was going to say, and it's not as much as it should be, but it's a whole lot more than it was, wasn't it? At that moment in time, she's being very polite. But any more questions on the Chair's report? No, thanks very much indeed. I'm very happy then to move on to agenda item paper E on the papers, which is the Chief Exec's report. Caroline.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Lynn, for that lovely overview of improvement. And I guess my report continues in that vein. Lots that is continuing to improve, lots still to do, and it's really important that we demonstrate humility as we continue to improve, as we know we've still got that to do. From just a national perspective, there's been quite a lot of change. We've now got a new Secretary of State. Chief Exec's met him this week. We've got a new Director of Mental Health, Nick Broughton, experienced Chief Executive, a psychiatrist. Again, I've met him in the last month. We've got a new cross-government mental health strategy emerging, which is positive. We believe it's going to focus particularly on mental health services, and call for evidence is out at the moment, of which we will be responding to. And likely to be, well, we know there's going to be an expanded set of metrics for mental health, building on the National Oversight Framework metrics, which we'll come to in our performance report later on. But also likely to be a real focus on 3 particular metrics, so that there's more parity with the acute sector, that particularly focus on A&E weights, on elective weights and cancer weights. And the 3 metrics that are emerging at the moment are likely to be around crisis weight, people waiting to get into a crisis, which is so very, very important. The number of people that have been treated out of their local area in an inpatient bed, and as we know, we've done masses of work around this, very, very important. And the third one, again, which is really important, is weights for children and young people. So we will wait to see those coming through, and I think it's positive that there's going to be much sharper focus and more parity, I think, with the acute sector, and I hope that brings attention and resources into mental health. We met a couple of weeks ago for our performance review with NHS England. As people know, we're in National Oversight 4. What that should generate for us is a monthly performance meeting with NHS England. NHS England have decided that they will step that down to bi-monthly, and we had a very positive meeting where they articulated a strong assurance with our continual improvement plans, which was really positive. Also, as Lynn's mentioned, we are moving on now to business case stage for our mental health capital bids, both for 2 A&E bids for A&E mental health responses aligned with the NNN and NSFT, and then bids for our new neighbourhood centres. We're really going to be working strongly in partnership, particularly with the voluntary sector, but with other partners as well. And it's really positive that we've been invited to progress 7 bids, which is higher than most other mental health trusts. So really positive. We're also moving on with pace around the plans for our new initial response service, IRS. And that's going to start to be set up from the summer onwards. So I think we'll see significant improvements in service provision through that. Really delighted that our clinical collaboratives are now up and running. You can see in my report who our clinical collaborative chairs are. These are really important for us. We have 5 localities, and what we don't want to see is 5 lots of variation across our localities, and we want to see consistency that is clinically led through our clinical collaboratives and ongoing quality improvements. That will also focus on research and innovation and also digital improvements. So really pleased to see those clinical collaborative chairs, and we've recently invited them into our relatively new senior leadership meetings. Delighted that we are making progress with the work around our carer and family engagement. Again, one of our high priorities as a board. And thank you to Kath for the work she's done around this, and particularly with developing a partnership with Making Families Count. And we've had a workshop in the last couple of months with Making Families Count, and we have more work to do with them. But delighted that we've invested in that partnership, and they're being a critical friend to us and bringing a whole load of expertise. It was fantastic this week to be both our Routes to Success programme that Zoe has talked about, but also our halfway event for Wave 3 of Listening into Action. I would say, obviously being key to supporting the introduction of Listening into Action, this has been our best progress to date. It was so brilliant to see so many leaders really, really in front and leading the improvements that they want to see. And the areas they were focusing on are our areas of priority. So that was just brilliant. And the progress they've made in 10 weeks was something we should be really proud of. And there was real momentum in the room. And obviously we look forward to our Pass It On event later in the year. I don't want to repeat what Zoe said in terms of Routes to Success, but it was incredibly powerful, our Routes to Success celebration event. And yesterday we had our all-day senior leadership team meeting, and were able to invite some of the participants from Routes to Success, as well as both Yvonne Coghill and Jacinth Ivey, who really talked in some depth with some real information around the challenges we have as an organisation in terms of race. We particularly deep dived into just one of our localities, but we are going to be working with Jacinth and Yvonne around some much deeper work in localities around race. And whilst it's important that all of our leaders are focusing on race, what we want to do is really penetrate into services. And we heard many examples of where experiences are not where we want them to be. And we are absolutely determined, both as a board and as an executive and wider senior leadership team, that we're going to do everything we can to address the race issues that we have, which I have to say, wherever I've worked, there have been race issues. But I'm really proud of the work that we're doing, and there was real momentum yesterday as well as the day before in both Routes to Success and senior leaders. So a big thank you to everybody that's part of that, and a real challenge to us as a board to make sure that we're really, really focusing on scrutiny of improvement around a really important race agenda, which is akin completely to our culture. And then finally, I just wanted to call out the work we were doing in the digital space. We know that we've had a digital review recently, and we know we've got a lot more work to do to move into digital transformation. I'm really pleased that we've had funding, and through Stuart's leadership are going to be driving momentum around our ambient voice technology work. At the moment, that rolls out just to 200 clinicians, and by the end of this year, that will roll out to 1,000 clinicians. So that's going to make a significant difference to, obviously, our transformation, our service user experience, and our workforce productivity and engagement. So it's really exciting. And I'm, as always, very happy to take any comments, questions from anybody. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much indeed, Caroline. That's comprehensive as ever. Ambient voice, for those of you like me that don't understand things like this, although I am quite a champion now, as we know, Eric, is so important, and it's not just a thing. What it means is that our clinicians, our doctors and our nurses and our other health professions are going to be able to spend time with their patients, which is what they signed up to do, rather than writing notes and commissioning reports and sending off things elsewhere across the trust. So it's a game changer. It's a massive game changer for us, and something that we as a board are really championing, aren't we? So delighted to hear that. Right. Questions, please, of Caroline. Oliver?
Thank you, Caroline. It's a really incredibly helpful report. I just wondered whether you have any reflections on the meeting you had with the Secretary of State and his commitment, if he has a commitment, to mental health and learning disability services.
Thank you, Oliver. Great question. And it was obviously his first meeting with the Chief Exec community, and we asked him about his priorities for mental health. And his initial response was, I guess his background is Treasury, isn't it? And so he'd be looking, I think, at mental health through that lens particularly. So he talked about worklessness and getting people into work, which of course is really important and has all sorts of benefits in terms of health and the economy. But I'm hoping as we go forward, we'll obviously hear more around the priority for mental health. And I think the new government strategy should really help with that. So I think there's an opportunity for a new chapter.
Thanks, Caroline. 10 out of 10 for diplomacy. Hussein?
Thank you. Thanks, Caroline. Such a lot going on in the Trust. I just want to ask quick questions around the clinical collaboratives, which seems to be led exclusively by consultant medical staff and psychologists. I just wondered whether, in the light of developing our nurses, whether we should have joint chairs with nurses on those collaboratives.
I mean, I'm sure either Stuart or Anthony might want to come in, but I think the way we advertised and supported these was very multidisciplinary. So they're open to any allied health professional, psychology, medic or nurse. It's certainly not been focused on medics or psychologists. I think what we've done, Hussein, is we've invested so much in the last 18 months in professional roles that we haven't had in the past. So we've got obviously all the 32 new community matrons, we've got all the new associate directors of nursing, all the directors of nursing, at the same time, and under Anthony's leadership for social care and psychology, social care and allied health professionals, because that's been fairly weak historically in the Trust. So I think there is a sense of there's a lot going on with professional leadership, and I think these collaboratives will continue to evolve. So in our adult community collaborative, at the moment we've got Dr. Arden Ross, who's a GP, co-chairing with Dr. Sarah Maxwell, but Sarah's wanting to get the collaborative up and running and then pass on to one of our other colleagues who very well might be a nurse. But I think because they're new, people aren't quite sure what are they going to do and can I really do it. So we've had to do quite a lot of conversations as an executive team to get it to this stage. I think they'll continue to mature. But I don't know if there's anything Anthony or Stuart want to add.
I think this is one of the occasions when it's really important to take that glimpse in the back mirror as you're driving forwards as well. I think it's a really fair challenge and an appropriate one, and thank you for raising it. I think it's something that we'll continue to monitor, Hussein. But when I took over as chair 4.5 years ago, one of the first acts that I had to deal with was a vote of no confidence effectively in the board by all of our medical staffing committee, which is all of our medics. And after a lot of work with our medics initially, it was very clear to us that the problem was that they were completely disengaged, ignored, undervalued, and were not seen as part of the leadership of this organisation. The very fact now that we've got medics fully involved, fully engaged, stepping up and taking forward really difficult leadership challenges, I think is something that's really important. But as Caroline always says, we don't rest where we've got to now. We have to kind of think about where we want to get to. But I do think it's important to give that reflection back as well. Great. Would Stuart and Faisal, do you want to come in as well?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just wanted to note that, albeit they are quite embryonic at this moment in time, they are sort of developing the terms of reference. They've all met twice now, I think. What I can assure you is that we have got nurses actively involved in the collaborative, so they are sitting in the collaborative and actively involved in the conversations. And over time, I'm sure it'll evolve, and nurses will make more of a sort of prominent role within that collaborative. But rest assured, they are actively involved.
Yeah, thanks very much. Faisal.
Thank you. And just to add to what Stuart said, I was also going to say it interweaves with the locality leadership, which is fully multi-professional. So it doesn't stand alone. The clinical collaboratives are a matrix alongside the locality leadership.
It's really helpful. Thanks very much. I'm sure that the work of these collaboratives will be properly scrutinised through our committees of this board. And I'm sure at some point as they begin to develop and mature, there'll be an opportunity for us to talk in more depth about their work at this board as well. Thank you, Hussein. Any other questions of Caroline? No? Could we note the Chief Executive's report, please, board? Thank you very much. Let's move on to our next item on the agenda, which is paper F, which is Trust Strategy Refresh, and I'm happy to hand over to Tom to talk about the very significant work that's been going on in this regard. Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Zoe. So this is a refresh of our trust strategy, not a new strategy. We wanted to ensure that our strategy continued to be fit for purpose, to reflect the changes in the external environment, reflect on progress from the first couple of years of implementation, and I think most importantly, raise the ambition of the trust. We are an improving trust, and to set our ambition higher. And as part of that, to set a really clear plan to chart our progress. And I'll come on to the key page in the strategy in a second. The architecture of the strategy has not changed. Our vision, values, strategic goals, and delivery through large-scale change programs is the same. But we have restructured the strategy slightly to make it easier to read and access and pithier for colleagues and partners. We've also set ambitions for each of our goals and have engaged with the ICB, who are themselves developing their strategic plan for mental health to try and ensure alignment. So that's the key overall context. I'd just like to give a couple of minutes on specific changes. So this has been iterated through multiple board development sessions and outside of that. I think the key changes for board colleagues since last board development are we've increased the clarity on how we're going to deliver, particularly calling out the partnership between service users and carers, our partners and our colleagues. We've developed a phased implementation plan. So page 20 of the strategy sets out a phased plan that sets out very clearly over the next 3 years specific targets for each of those years. Those flow through into our large-scale change programme, and when we update board, those are the targets we should be held accountable to. They also align with the ICB strategic plan for mental health, and then the NHS England, the emerging targets from NHS England that Caroline mentioned a minute ago. Just want to note that those NHS England targets have been mooted but not confirmed. So we've got the current position in the strategy, but that might change. I hope in the next couple of weeks we'll be able to confirm that. They're trying to confirm those targets immediately. Just there's a couple of elements that have been hot debate at board development. I wanted to just touch on them slightly. So the first is about our improving health ambition. We've worked this forward and backward a few different times, but I think we landed on a point where we really want to reflect the 10-year plan and show the left shift that we need to make for services. Now, the left shift is the language used by government. I think to put that into real terms for us all, that's really about people getting the right support at the right time, at the right place, and that place maybe in the community or in their own homes, and rather than hospitalisation of people often unnecessarily. So we've tried to emphasise that right time, right place kind of priority for ourselves. We had also talked a lot about suicide prevention being a really key priority for us as a trust. The ICB have been clear that suicide prevention is really a whole system piece, and there should be a whole system strategy here. But I do think that our ambition to support people in the right place at the right time is really critical too for those people in our communities at risk of suicide. So I think that does support that ambition. And I guess the other area to call out is about staff experience. We know the staff survey has been a huge challenge for us. Zoe's talked about her priorities relating to culture, and I think we've set ambitious targets here that move us on the way to being a trust where our staff recognise it's an outstanding place to work. So this moves us there on a journey, but we know it takes some time to do that, and our culture programme will take some time to be delivered. So I think, I guess to finalise, if board are happy to approve the strategy, we've got some next steps to make any changes discussed today, certainly, and then it's really important that we communicate this really clearly and succinctly to colleagues and partners, particularly having something that's easy read, something that's on a page, so that we can all kind of stand behind that, and our colleagues and partners can too. And this will also mean making some of my next items about the large-scale change programme, and our regular reporting to board needs to align really clearly with the targets we've set here, and that's something to come to.
Thanks very much, Tom, for being so clear about what's changed and sort of describing the conversations that have been ongoing to make sure that we land in the right place for this. Helen.
Thank you. I think this is a really excellent document. I think it's been a really good process of the development and how we've gone backwards and forwards to refine this. I like the setting out the level of ambition, and as a board and as NEDs, that will give us very kind of clear areas to ensure that we make progress to those longer term goals. I think where the improving health outcome has settled feels right given the national strategy, but we've had those important conversations. And yesterday I was with the associate hospital managers, who I think are really starting to value just having the work that they do put in a broader context for the trust, and I look forward to hopefully presenting this for them at their next meeting in September, because I think that will be really helpful for them. I think it's an excellent piece of work.
It's really helpful, Helen. Thank you. Oliver.
Thank you, and congratulations on this. I think it's a really great piece of work, and I'm hugely supportive of it. I guess one thing I'm curious about, maybe just to hear a little bit more, is in relation to our improving culture and the balance between pragmatism and ambition in relation to, by year 3, reaching staff survey results for average. Understand it. I just think it'd be helpful just to hear a little bit more about the thinking behind it, please.
Shall I start on that, and then perhaps Jeremy?
Did everyone catch Oliver's question? I wondered. Sorry. Can you just?
Yeah, of course. So the question is, well, first and foremost, I'm hugely supportive of the strategy. I think it's a great piece of work. I'm just curious about how we landed on the balance between ambition and pragmatism, and that's specifically in relation to improving culture and achieving a national average in 3 years' time on staff survey.
Yeah, so I think this has been an area of quite a lot of debate about, realism and paced ambition, just as you've said, Oliver. I think the work of the culture programme, I think the biggest driver here really is the work of the culture programme. There is a lag between some of the work that we're doing this year, and I know we've got an update later today on staff survey, some of the work we're doing, and when people really feel the effects and feel the confidence. We've got a staff group who, many of which have worked for the Trust for a long time and haven't seen things change, who will be relatively sceptical about some of the changes we're making. So I think the kind of lag that we anticipate between the work we're doing and seeing that change is partly the rationale for this. I think perhaps we actually should tidy up the wording, because when we talk about where we want to hit, that's against our kind of peer group. That's not against the national position, and actually we sit in a much better position when you look at all trusts nationally, including ambulance trust, acutes, etc. So perhaps we need to tidy up the wording, because that almost dampens down the ambition that we've got. So perhaps that might be the answer.
I know Caroline wants to come in, but I think one of the things that you have to be careful in all of this, don't you? Because what gets measured gets done, and that's one of the things that we've really kind of fretted around in terms of setting staging posts, if you like, for 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29. What are we going to see? What will have changed by the end of year 1, 2 and 3 of the refresh strategy? We all know, don't we, that the staff experience within our organisation is key, and being absolutely kind of laser focused and crystal clear on which parts of that very complex staff survey dial we have planned to change in years 1, 2 and 3, I think would be tremendously helpful. I think this document gives us the route map into that, but I think having that real clarity on that, Jeremy, and I see you probably want to come in on this, and I know Caroline does as well, I think would be so beneficial for all of us. Not only would it be the kind of the route map for us as a board, it will enable our staff, we call them our colleagues, to be able to see that actually we mean business and we've focused on those key areas that mean the most to them, and that they can see the dial changing alongside us. But I'm going to go to Caroline and then I'm going to come to Jeremy on that same point, really.
I think it's a really good question, and I think it's a great conversation for us to have. And I'm naturally really ambitious and I really want to drive us to be outstanding as quickly as possible. But I guess there's a sense of realism with that as well, and it has to be achievable. So I think whilst we're saying year 3, it's in effect 2 and a bit years, because we've only got a bit of a year to go before the next staff survey results is launched in 3 or 4 months. So I think to be able to reach average or above it as benchmark with our mental health peers would be pretty outstanding, given that we've been, frankly, very low performing for over a decade. But I think Zoe's challenge to us about let's get a bit more focused, and maybe we need to really pull out as part of that a race metric in terms of the res data as well. So we maybe 2 or 3 metrics that we really want to tailor on. I say if it was 5 years, I'd be wanting to say we should be in the top 20%. That would be my reflection.
Thank you very much. It's really helpful, Caroline. Jeremy?
Yes, I completely support that. Thank you. There is a judgment call, I think, to be made around whether we measure ourselves relative to others or whether we just measure ourselves against our own performance, and wanting to see a much stronger improvement just in our own scores, because that is what really matters, and that is absolutely within our control. And it's only a minor adjustment, but I would say at least national average. That is the minimum. We want to go beyond. That's our ambition.
Yeah, I think that context is really important, isn't it? Because, if we, I don't know what the expression is it if you aim for the moon, you hit the sun, but that doesn't sound right.
Stars.
Stars. Sorry. Linz.
Thank you. Forgot my question after that. So the strategy is very welcome, the update to it, so thank you. I won't repeat all the other questions that people have said, but my one is still around culture. So it notes within the end of the strategy that this will inform objectives. Now, what I want to understand a little bit better is how will that inform the objectives of our 5,000 staff or colleagues across NSFT, because they're the ones who are going to deliver the strategy. And I'm thinking of the changes to culture, and to challenge the change fatigue, this needs to be very carefully socialised so that every single one of our colleagues understands how their role links into delivery of our strategy as a trust. So are you able to flesh out a little bit more, please, about how that link will work between individual up to strategy?
Yeah, so I think it's a really good question. I think Helen's made previous points about that communication through to staff and the clarity, and that's been one of the big pieces of the refresh, has been to really cut down and try and hone down, and that's why I talk about that page 20 as being the key. There's a plan on the page version here that we need to have really clear that everyone understands. What we're trying to do is it's not to enforce individual objectives for all colleagues against the strategy, but I think show the join up between our strategy, certainly our executive team objectives, and our own team and departmental objectives aligned to those explicitly. They already do this year through the work we've already set objectives for this year. And then also the business of our groups and committees aligning directly to it. So I think it's less about personal objectives for all staff, but having that kind of golden thread through the governance of the organisation, and certainly the priorities for each individual department and executive lead. Oh.
I'm going to go Jeremy and then Caroline.
Yes, thank you. As we'll see later when we discuss our Let's Talk Culture programme, we've recognised the fundamental role that leaders and line managers play in setting those cultures and supporting their staff. And through that programme, we have identified what great looks like, and we're looking to support and equip line managers with the skills and support to do that. So I think I really welcome your question, Liz, actually, because I think when we think about our values and what those values mean to how people are led in the organisation, then obviously accountability is part of those values. And I think as we give each other feedback through both formal and informal mechanisms, we want to make development of our culture part of that accountability. So I think actually objectives for all of us who are leaders and line managers that relate to culture would be really important.
Caroline?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to repeat what Jeremy said, but I think it's a great question. And I think one of our real challenges is how do we get, we've probably penetrated into 500, 200 to, I'd say probably 500 staff or colleagues across the organisation. We've got about 500 involved in listening into action. You know, and how do we penetrate from 500 to 5,500? And the pinnacle of our culture work are our values. And if we all lived our values day in, day out, then the staff survey results would change. People aren't demonstrating kindness, and they day in, day out across all of our leadership and across all of our teams. And we hear that repeatedly, but we also hear loads of acts of kindness and where people are. So for me, the real golden thread is the appraisal. And we've got values within the appraisal. And I think we need to just think about how does that appraisal and the values embedded in that give us assurance that those conversations are happening. And obviously our Let's Talk culture work is absolutely aimed to go from the 500 to the 5,000 with our values being central, as Jeremy says.
I mean, it's clearly work that you see as a key priority for us. Again, it's just how you translate the ambition into a sort of an operational reality, which, you know, is very much the role of our executives on the board, and something that we as non-executives, as you can see from this conversation, take a very keen interest in. And of course, through the People and Culture Committees is where we have the opportunity as non-executives to really have those kind of even more forensic conversations that we're having here today. But I'm really glad that we're having this level of conversation at board as well. So thank you very much for that question. Any other questions on the Trust Strategy Refresh? No. In which case, can I ask the board to approve the refreshed trust strategy? Thanks very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Tom, and moving seamlessly on to the linked large-scale change programme update as well at paper G.
Thanks, Zoe. Yeah, so this is the vehicle by which we deliver on our strategy and the priorities that Zoe and Caroline have talked about earlier, and much of the focus of board is really on the delivery of those programmes of work. I'll just give a quick update because this is the first board since we closed our 25-26 programme, so I'll give it a quick update on that before explaining where we are with 26-27. So we closed the programme for 25-26 broadly to plan. All programmes were rated green or amber for delivery, which meant they either delivered to their plan, or if they were delayed in terms of delivery, we had clear mitigations and revised timings which have been factored into this year's programme. Page 3 of the report gives some more detail there. I do think, we know we set ourselves a really ambitious programme, and there's been lots of successes through the year. We've touched on lots of those at board. The locality model being established, achieving our EVI targets and recurrent efficiency targets, improved CQC reports, and a well-led report that took us to the cusp of good. These things were all part of that programme, as well as the work on the service user councils, our corporate services redesign piece, and obviously race equity that we've touched on. So lots of successes, but at the same time, I think we've had fair challenge at large-scale change group and at board about the fact that a number of our programmes were amber and whether we accepted that as a position. So we've discussed that, and I think for this year, our focus through both our reporting and the way that we manage large-scale change group will be really to scrutinise those programmes that are amber, to really understand why they're not on track and to make sure they get brought into track or into plan. We've also strengthened the governance. So governance we touched on earlier too. Now explicitly all programmes are mapped into the relevant committees. So all programmes will be reporting explicitly, as well as obviously deep dives at appropriate points for specific key areas of those programmes. And that will be reported through to committee and then ultimately to board. Our 26-27 programme is an evolution of the programme we had from last year. So it aligns with the strategy you've seen earlier. As I mentioned, we've got some really key targets that we've just talked about a minute ago, and they'll be mapped into reporting. So for the next highlight report that comes through and heat map that comes through into board, that will show our progress in terms of delivery and risk, our alignment to BAF, the committee alignment, but also that progress against the key metrics that we've set ourselves. I think metrics and outcomes have been a consistent theme, and the next report will show that, and that delivery heat map for this year will show that. So we have clearer sight of progress towards outcomes. I'll leave it there for now.
That's really helpful. Any colleagues' observations? I've got Hussein, Oliver, Paul. I'm going to go to Paul first, and then I'll go Hussein and Oliver, and then I'm going to, unless you wanted to follow up on...
No, I'll come back.
And then Caroline at the end. Paul.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, this is a really helpful piece of work to see it all summarised here. I think one of the questions that I have is that, and we've touched on it a little bit around culture, is there's a lot of change going on in the organisation. I mean, when you talk, I think 82 work streams mapped to ensure that that they align to our large-scale change programmes, and we know that there's lots of other work going on in the organisation. So I guess the reflection for me is, do we have the capacity and the capability to drive all these change programmes at the same time and to the same level, or is there a sense of hierarchy in terms of prioritisation here that we need to be considering in order to make sure that these are sustainable? So having had the experience last year where we achieved certain, but we had a lot of amber to rollovers into this year. I'm just asking that question really about our ability to deliver these in the timelines that we're sort of setting.
Yeah, it's really fair. I think we've set ourselves a really hard ambition. We are still in improving trust, and I think we look at these programmes and they are absolutely critical, and it feels like we're not in a position where we can deprioritise or leave some of these behind. The 82 work streams point does take your breath away, and it did mine too when we were working through it. I think we've done much more work this year to be really challenging on timelines. I think we'd front-loaded our plan last year, and that wasn't necessarily deliverable, hence some of the ambers. We've done more work to scrutinise and challenge that. I think what's really important is the work that we have here. I think we've done a poor job at, or could have improved, how we communicated that this work I think people had the misconception sometimes we were doing other pieces. The large-scale change programme and the work streams within it, we weren't necessarily making clear enough that it was the large-scale, these were part of the large-scale change programme. So it felt like we were delivering the large-scale change programme and other things. We've brought everything together. This is the key programme of work. So it shouldn't feel like to people that they're doing this and others, but we need to communicate that really clearly. And we need to caveat and kind of call out the pieces of work are large-scale change programme pieces. I am confident that we've got the capacity to deliver them because that's been a key part of the scoping exercise, and there's been, I think, greater exec scrutiny over that scoping than in previous years.
Thanks very much. I'd like to go to... Do you want to come back on that, Jason?
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Is this a follow-on?
It is
okay,
directly
okay.
related, yeah. And some of the, although we're describing them as large-scale change programmes, some of them are business as usual. For example, the efficiency, value and improvement scheme is business as usual for budget managers and people who manage the finances within the organisation. So it's not an add-on; it's part of the day job. So when we talk about resource, we need to bear that in mind for some of these schemes. Some are, but some are part of the day job as well.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'd like to go to Hussein next.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Very useful document, easy to read and understand as well. I was looking for the sickness to prevention link between the strategy and this document, and it changes the terms to partnerships and collaboration in this document. I just wondered, what are the thoughts behind that in terms of prevention?
So partnerships and collaborations is one of our large-scale change programs. I think we recognise that there's key elements where we want to support the prevention agenda, reduce inequalities, that we need to work better with our partners. And I think in previous years, the Trust has been really focused on its own improvement. I think partners now look to us as a stronger partner in the system. And I know Faisal and Kath will talk about some of that work. But we know there's elements in the sickness prevention agenda that really require a partnership response. And that's really what that work stream's trying to do, particularly in terms of primary care relationship, but also social care and others too. I think Faisal probably wants to come in on that.
Can I just make a quick comment about that? It's a good point, actually. So the early intervention and prevention agenda transcends quite a few of the large-scale change programs. The partnerships and collaboration is an amalgam of quite a few more elements now. It's our academic partnerships, it's our work around neighbourhoods, it's our system partners and primary care. So there's a whole amalgam there. And one of the strands is how we look at new models.
I think Kath wants to come in as well. Thank you, Faisal. And then we'll go to Oliver after that.
Thank you. Very briefly, particularly health equity, and I think sickness to prevention is a real focus in that area. What we recognise as an organisation is we didn't have the capacity and expertise in that area sufficiently. And I'm really delighted to say that tomorrow I'm recruiting into the Associate Director of Health Equity. And on Tuesday, we have 5 candidates for the new Consultant in Public Health role. First time we've ever had that post in the organisation. That's generated a huge amount of interest across the region and wider, because we as Trust are investing in this area, whereas many trusts are disinvesting in this area because of financial challenges, and of course the ICBs as well, reducing their workforce.
Thank you. Oliver?
Thank you. A great report, and I think really gives a sense of the scale of change across the organisation. I was just curious, Tom, about the 3 areas where there are delayed deliverables. Were there any of those that you're worried about that we might not deliver this year?
Just scrolling to that page on the report. I think we've set ourselves, there's significant work in a couple of areas. I think we know about the areas of risk for us, and we've called these out kind of consistently have been the EVI programme, and we know we've got a significant ambition this year, particularly in terms of recurrent savings. I think we've resourced that team really well now, and there's been recent recruitment into that team to strengthen that. I think we've got much closer than in previous years, but that's always a risk and always sits on that risk agenda. I think we've obviously got a significant digital programme too, particularly with the development of System 1. That's been a particular focus. We've brought more expertise in there. So I think they are probably our biggest risk areas, and we've got particular focus on that. I know we've been talking about board strategy about the System 1 implementation, but they're particularly key for me.
Thanks very much. And obviously we have a process for ensuring that all of these areas that we've talked about today, and also the large-scale change programmes, are linked and aligned very clearly to board committees and obviously the executive groups, that which is really the engine room where all of the work on this takes place. And I'm going to give the last word to Caroline.
You've probably said what I wanted to say, Zoe. So I think what we've done effectively now in the last couple of years is really embed our 4 strategic priorities: improving health, improving care, improving culture, and improving value into our priorities, into our governance, into the way we do things across the organisation. And I think people are starting to understand those are our priorities. I think this year we need to really embed our large-scale change programmes in everything. So one of the things Tom and team are working at the moment is mapping out, in the last round of committees, could all the agenda items naturally map to the 12 large-scale change programmes? I think we need to start to think, can the board agenda items, can the exec agenda items, so this starts to be the umbrella for all of our priorities, which, as Tom says, is there's little, probably, we need to do the mapping that happens outside those. And it goes back to Paul's challenge around capacity. And all of our mindsets doing that work for us, really. So I think there's more work we need to do in the next couple of months to really strengthen that. And of course, it being driven by our risk and aligning the board assurance framework as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, colleagues. I think that's been a really helpful conversation. It's really good to see the work in progress and what's already been achieved. Tom, thank you for summarising where we got to last year. Great that we've had the challenge around prioritisation. We all recognise what the ask of NSFT is, and our colleagues to shift this organisation into outstanding, which is where we're going to get to. Thanks, Hussein, for raising the question about the interface from sickness to health, which is key. And Caroline and colleagues, thank you very much for that sort of assurance that in terms of the familiarity of large-scale change programmes, which is kind of bread and butter to many of you on the board, is less familiar to us perhaps than our four trust priorities. But I think that change that you've explained, Caroline, that's going to happen is going to be invaluable in enabling that sort of embeddedness of large-scale change within governance. So noting that change is going to happen with perhaps an update at a future board, please, on that kind of governance process bit. I'm asking the board to note the update on the large-scale change programme. Great, thanks very much. Stuart, I'm now moving on to the Integrated Quality Performance Report. We are going to have a break, and I'm hoping that you might be able to kind of cover the processy changes that are in the covering paper, and then obviously we'll move on, won't we, into looking at the 4 priority areas after our break. And also after welcoming our colleagues, we'll be pausing to make sure that we incorporate a discussion about the work that you've been doing on older adults as part of the conversation after the break, but you're very welcome. Stuart.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try and agree. Take the papers as read, and I will also allow each of the respective execs to come in and their particular area to talk about the alerts. So I'll leave the alerts to the execs in their particular sections. I did want to start on page 96 of the pack just to talk through the balanced scorecard view, tartan rug that we call it at times, and just give a little bit of an update in terms of where we're going with that. So next month we'll also show a number of additional columns that will show whether there is a plan in place where we're off track on certain metrics, and also have we got a plan? Is it in place? Have we got a trajectory for improvement? And is that trajectory on track? So you'll be able to see quite easily. And that will also come into the committees as well, so the committees can have real challenge to areas where there's not a plan, there's not a trajectory, and it's not on track. So they can have some meaningful conversations in those committee areas as well. In terms of the improving care section of the balanced scorecard, you can also see we've added in the mental health legislation metrics, and Faisal will provide an update in the improving care section on those particular metrics. In terms of the actual metrics in the balanced scorecard, we're now going to hyperlink those as well. So when you click on them, it'll take you to the actual dashboard that will show you a lot more detail on them as well, which will help improve sort of and condense it for the board pack as well. So I just thought that would be a good improvement for the board and the committees as well. In terms of the new accountability framework summary, there's a summary on page 106 where we're doing similar things in the quality performance group, where we talk about a lot more metrics in our individual locality conversations to understand where they are with their particular performance. And we drill down and understand where they are in terms of plans and trajectories for improvement, and we give them a scoring against accountability. So that's the new sheet that we're using in the QPGs as well. And we'll put that information into the IQPR moving forward. In terms of NOF update, I just thought it would be helpful to give a NOF update. In terms of 25-26, I think that one of the biggest changes that we've got in 25-26, they basically developed the league table. And then at the end of developing that league table from best performing trust to worst performing trust, they then just literally put it so 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. And then basically if you were in the 25% of the top quartile, then you were NOF 1. And the same for NOF 2, NOF 3, NOF 4. That's the moving away from that in 26, 27. And what we'll have is wherever you land in terms of your metrics and your overall performance, they're not really concerned about having an arbitrary cut off of 25%. So they'll have a bigger number of people in NOF 1, larger number in NOF 2. Wherever you land, you end up staying in that particular NOF. So it'll certainly help us sort of from an NSFT perspective of where we actually end up sitting. And there's a lot of new metrics coming in there. When I look at the new metrics, we've got an additional 9 metrics, mental health metrics coming in 26, 27. And on page 109, you can see the thresholds for each of the NOF scorings, because they're actually giving us those thresholds. We are waiting for some of the new guidance coming out that will give us more technical information, how the metric will be measured. But we've done a little bit of pre-work to understand where we're sitting against some of those metrics. So within the pack, you can see where NSFT is sitting on some of those NOF metrics, and we are scoring quite well on some of those new metrics that have come in now. And that's on page 109 onwards in the pack as well. I'll just leave it there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, we're going to have a chance to talk about the kind of the individual kind of areas under the improving health and care and culture and value sections of the agenda. So the actual performance will be led by our execs and then followed up obviously by our chairs who'll be reporting on the scrutiny of that performance. But this is really around the kind of the provision, if you like, of some instruments by which we navigate through the tartan rug, which I'm not allowed to call it, but you did call it that, Stuart, so I feel less bad about it. What's it called again? It's called Balanced Scorecard, which is the document at pages 13 and 14 of the actual report itself. So we are getting real sight now, aren't we, both as a board, into committee, and then through into the kind of the interlink with our locality directorates. I think the bit for us as board, it just always seems such a movable feast with the introduction of new and different metrics. And I just kind of pause and wonder, I think, out loud, how we're going to keep abreast of that, both through board committees, but also through board itself. I mean, I wonder what the kind of the plan is for the coming 12 months on that.
So we are going to feed these into individual committees. Sorry. So we have got a plan to align each of the metrics for NOF to each individual committee. So we'll have a conversation about particular NOFs that are aligned to committees, and we'll give a much more detailed position in terms of where we are by locality as well. So we can have some conversations, and anywhere where we're off track, obviously, the expectation is that we'll escalate that up to the board if we're not sure with through committees as well.
I'm just thinking slightly personally, but I don't know about other board members as well, as if offline there's so much development work going in around the data and information that we're receiving, so much kind of interplay between the two. You're talking about being able to hyperlink to documents, which sounds really important, so we can drill a little bit more down into the detail, but I'm not sure all of us around this table are exactly on the same page, and I wonder how we could perhaps take this offline and make sure that, you know, as non-execs, as chair committees in particular, we could probably have a walk through some of this information and maybe some best practice examples in your mind, Stuart, of how we can use this to best effect.
Yeah, I think it would be worthwhile. Me and Tom were talking about potentially bringing it into a board development session to try and talk us through in a bit more detail and give us a couple of options as well as agree with the board about how we want that to look and how we want that to sort of work through the committees and into the board overall.
Can I just check with Ned colleagues whether you think that would be a helpful thing to do? Yeah, okay. All right, let's take that as an action. And that, as I say, that's the sort of the process bit of the further development, and think how far we've come on this again on the integrated quality reporting and the dashboard approach. Has anyone got any other observations? Helen?
Yeah, it's welcome that there's an increase in the number of mental health metrics, because we know that that's impacted on us. I didn't quite follow, Stuart. You were talking about moving away from this very crude quarter approach to designating. Can you just say a little bit more about how the NOF categories are going to work going forwards? So
wherever you land in your NOF, at the moment, what you do is you end up with an arbitrary cut-off, and you can, you know, it's unfair, I think, at times. What they're not bothered about moving forward is that they'll have a larger number sitting within NOF 1 and larger number sitting in NOF 2, so wherever you land as an organisation, there won't be just arbitrarily cutting you off. So you could end up in, you know, you'll have a lot more trusts sitting in individual NOF sections between NOF 1 and NOF 4.
It's quite hard conceptually. Stuart's explained it a few times, and it's not Stuart's explanation. I think it is hard conceptually. I think they're basically setting criteria for what will constitute you being in one of the 4 NOFs. If you hit them, you're in. If you don't, you know, it's not that really crude kind of quartiling that we had.
Yeah, I mean, just at the moment, regardless of the performance, the framework says 25% of trusts have to be in NOF 1, NOF 2, NOF 3, NOF 4. Now they're saying these are the thresholds to get into NOF 1. Yeah.
Clarity about the thresholds.
And it's much more transparent because we know what the threshold is.
It's much better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this, just for colleagues who are watching, this isn't about chasing numbers for the sake of getting a label of NOF 1 or NOF 3 or whatever it is. It's about also being really clear that in prioritising our efforts and endeavours in achieving the kind of the national targets, we see real and sustained improvement, and our patients and our service users tell us that the care that they're receiving is getting better. So some of the softer measures that we also have, which we often talk about in this board, are equally important as the national measures, because we know the acid test is whether or not our patients feel that they've got a great service from us, and whether they'd recommend the trust as a place for their relatives to be treated. So we're going to keep our eye on all of that. Stuart, is there anything else in terms of process around the information and data that enables us to do our jobs, or shall we pause there?
I think that's fine. I think we've covered everything, to be honest with you.
Right.
So.
Okay, so noting that we are going to have an offline teaching, if you like, and noting the developments which will enable us through board committees to track performance more readily, and noting the changes in NOF arrangements as well, which will lead to perhaps a different positioning of NSFT as we go through 26-27. Any further noting, Stuart?
Just one thing, apologies. So we're expecting quarter 4 results out for NOF for 25-26 later this month. NOF 1, quarter 1 reporting will come out in August, just to make you aware of that.
So noting by the time we get to board in September, August, we'll have the quarter 4.
Yeah, which is the old framework still.
The old.
So we'll be halfway through the year before we get our new metric report, which is an
Okay.
opportunity for us.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, I'll put happy face on them. Good. Right, okay. Well, look, that's really helpful. I think we'll take a break now, colleagues, 10 minutes. We'll come back at 11:20 and we'll move through the IQPR. Thanks very much. Right, lovely. Thanks very much indeed, everyone. I'm really delighted now to turn to welcome formally our fantastic colleagues from our older adults teams. I know we've got Lauren, Gillian, Adam, Anna. Yes, that's it, here with us today. Thank you for coming. I know you're all incredibly busy. B, for hearing some of the kind of the machinations of board. Thank you for coming early and hearing that. But this is your time. It's really important to us that we have this time in board, and I'm going to hand over formally to Kath, who's going to introduce us and walk us through this section. But you're very, very welcome here.
Thank you so much, Zoe, and welcome to colleagues. As Zoe has already said, firstly, we're going to watch a video which we're hearing from some service users and carers and families about their experiences of older persons inpatient units across the Trust. And also from some of the staff. I would just like to say a huge thank you to everybody who contributed to the video, and of course to Ben in Rebecca's team, who does a great job producing them. And one of the ladies on the video wanted to be here today. She wanted to come and talk to the board, but she's got a health appointment, so wasn't able to. So she's really disappointed she couldn't join us. But I think I'll stop there and over to the video to tell us people's views.
How has the extension to Willow Ward benefited our older people's services?
I think before the unit was very busy with visitors and with patients, so there was a lot of, at times it could be very unsettling for people, particularly with dementia. So since the new room has came about, people can go in there and sit in there quietly with their loved ones. It gives more privacy to people. Also, it's a lot more relaxed. There's more room on the ward for people to kind of engage quietly with each other when you're having one-to-ones with patients, and you can hear them and you can kind of engage better, whereas before it was very noisy at times. It makes it a lot more relaxed, I feel, and a lot more homelier. People feel more comfortable going into that room, kind of having that one-to-one time, whereas before families didn't feel very comfortable at times on the ward because the environment and the patients, if they were unsettled, there wouldn't be anywhere particular for them to go. So I feel it's been very beneficial to the ward.
I think it's a nice light space on the ward. It's nice and open and bright, and looking out onto different garden areas, and we've been able to go out and use that as well, and our loved ones been able to go out and use the garden and enjoy that space, and as you say, I think using the activities room, it's good to have a separate space that we've been able to use for visits, but that will also be made use of for different activities that patients can get involved in.
Yeah, sometimes partners, husband and wives, will go in there and perhaps sit alone because it is quite light in there, and they want some privacy. But I've enjoyed the garden today with my husband. Outside, I've even cut his hair outside. That was done. Yeah, nice space, and it's light. Just needs a few more. Just looking forward to seeing some activities.
How did co-production help shape Blickling Ward?
I think one of the things that I'm so proud of is our sensory room. We worked in collaboration with one of our patients within the Trust to come up with that space, and I think that is more meaningful to patients. I think from things like choosing the colours, ensuring that staff voices were heard, carers' voices were heard, to make sure that the environment itself was coming to patients, not just staff, but patients and carers as they've come in. And that is reflected when we see patients through their journey. They often talk about how beneficial they find the environment, and when we see carers on the wards as well, enjoying the spaces. So yeah, that has been good.
How do staff work alongside service users in older people's service?
So we can have that sort of one-to-one time with the patients. We've all got us nurses have all got our own named patients, so we can sit with them on a one-to-one in their bedrooms maybe, or in the lounge, and kind of get their perspective on everything as well. You can see over time it helps to build the patient's confidence. You start building that relationship with them and that trust as well, so that they can trust you, you can trust them, and you can work with them and to see what they need to help them get better.
I can't rate it high enough. It's brilliant. Everything about it, from the nurses to the doctors. I can't pick anything that wasn't brilliant. The food is good. You've got a chance for food. I really think it's a first class. I wasn't aware of this system that they used here before, because I had after-birth depression with my daughter, and their system was quite different. You just saw the psychiatrist maybe once a week for about half an hour, and that was it. But here, you see them here every week, and they're all there, the doctors and everybody, and they're introduced to you, and the doctor says to you, how are you feeling? And if you're feeling well, you tell them you're well, but 9 times out of 10, you're not feeling well. So they go from that. So they obviously discuss it amongst themselves. Psychiatrists there as well. And I've never known anything like it. It's fantastic.
What can be improved in older people's services?
I find it's all wrong with the showers. There's no slip guards on the floor. So I'm frightened to go in the shower on my own or the bath in case I slip, because I've got false knees. Well, what are you going to do when you get home? I said my home's adapted to what difficulties. I've got colour uniforms. You don't know who's who. Well, I don't, because I can't. I've got cataract. I know you've got a badge on, but I can't tell you what's written on it because I couldn't see.
Our response to feedback.
So in terms of hello, my name is Badges that we've got here. I think as you can see, we've got the yellow background, which is dementia-friendly kind of colors, which stands out. And it's our way of also introducing ourselves to the service users to know who we are and then what we do here as well. And I think it's very positive for our patient group, because all the time when they are talking to us, they do look at our badges and they know who they are talking to, and it provides a form of reassurance as well. In terms of Blakeland Ward, as you can see, after the renovation, in terms of, there was a meeting and a discussion because of our patient group and risks of falls, so we need to look at an environment or a flooring. But what we've done is we've put things in place to mitigate or to reduce it. So all the flooring on the wall is anti-slip flooring, from the bathrooms to even the corridors. We do tell the service users about it because some of them coming in are anxious. Some of them have come into hospital following a fall, so they're already anxious, and it's our job to remind them about, the facilities we've got here and how we are providing that kind of assurance to support their recovery whilst they are with us. We've also done a quality improvement on falls, and in that there's a bit of education that we are doing with the service users and staff. All NHS trusts will be wearing uniforms. NSFT, we've ordered our new uniforms. I think we've got posters as well that we'll be displaying on our board, and also to talk about it to our service users, the new changes that's coming up. So in the coming weeks, we'll be putting up those new uniform types. We've started already, but I think we're in the process of all the staff getting the new uniforms. Our display notice boards we always have the uniform colors, and so the new ones will go there as well, and then it will clearly illustrate who is who.
In March, the Care Quality Commission rated NSFT older adult inpatient services as good, while praising their kind, compassionate and empathetic staff. The Trust received the good overall rating, together with good ratings in all 5 separate domains, following an inspection earlier this year.
Fabulous, thank you, Kath. I'm going to hand back to Kath and ask Kath to introduce our colleagues. Before you do, I have to say, and some of you will know this, one of the first things we grappled with back when I first started as chair was Blickling ward. And I know Gillian knows this, and the ligature risks. And I smiled when I saw that kind of shot of the corridor where that kind of sink with the tap that was the ligature risk has gone. It's no longer. It's lovely to see that and to see the transformation. So really, really great to see what interesting feedback as well from some of our older adults too. But Kath, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think now would be the good time to hand over to Anthony with regard to the presentation about the CQC, and then we can have one combined conversation, if that's okay, Chair?
Yeah, that would work nicely. Thank you very much, Anthony.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We've got some slides then that need to be displayed. Great. Hi everyone, I'm Anthony Deary, Chief Nurse at the Trust. So following those wonderful accounts that we heard on that video, as it also mentioned, the CQC inspected back in February, and we received their report in March. The report obviously covered the Julian Hospital. It covered our older adult wards at Wedgwood, Woodlands and Laurel Ward as well. So in total, they visited all 8 wards. They spoke to 27 members of staff, 16 patients and 5 carers, and they reviewed 23 care records altogether. As the video has already demonstrated, our services provide care to adults, older adults, and it's not based on age, it's based on need, which is kind of a unique quality. And the services treat people with all kinds of mental health conditions, from depression through to bipolar disorder or psychosis. So it's great to see that our national regulator recognised the service as good overall. And on the next slide, you'll see how the services progressed from the previous inspection, where on the safe domain, under the Care Quality Commission's 5 domains, they rated the safe domain as inadequate at that time back in 2023. It's quite an achievement to move from inadequate through to good. So that's a real kind of testament to the hard work that colleagues in older adult services and indeed those that support them from corporate have done during that time. And you'll see from 2023 there were 3 areas where they couldn't actually provide a rating at that time, but thankfully from their findings this time they were able to rate all of those domains as good. And what's the significance of 75%? 75% obviously is the score within the good banding, and that's midway. It's a strong, good score. So again, it just provides a lot of assurance, and that what CQC saw was supported by good evidence as well. Moving on to the quality statements, again, not surprising just to see that sea of green. 32 quality statements there that they inspected against. A lot of data was requested and provided to CQC, so you know there was a great deal of information that they scrutinised, and across all of those quality statements It was great to see that they all came out as good. And then in terms of what's the conclusion from all of this, well, I think we should be very proud of this positive report. It highlighted a huge range of good practice in place across our older adult inpatient wards. Importantly, it just recognises the high quality, compassionate and person-centred care that I know colleagues here and your colleagues back on the wards do day in, day out to make sure we deliver safer, kinder and better care. I've already remarked on the progress that's been made since the last inspection, but I guess importantly, whilst all of that has been good, we know that there's still more work for us to do, and we're taking forward now the findings from the CQC inspection report, plus some of the quality improvement work that was referred to in the video through an improvement and sustainability programme around our older adults inpatient services. We're taking that forward. Yes, I think it's a great tribute to the staff, the comments that CQC made, and it shows that the care they deliver day in, day out is safe, effective and kind. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Anthony. I mean, you should be really proud. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. It is extraordinary, the transformation that's been recognised by us, but also by our regulator. And it'd be really valuable if we could hear, perhaps, Gillian, if you'd like to just give us a bit of reflection on how it's been, because I know this has been a very, very long journey, and I know you've been absolutely personally at the heart of it. So, colleagues, also feel free to come in as you will, but I'd like to open the floor with Gillian, if I may.
Hi everyone, I'm Gillian Mutiza. I'm the Associate Director of Nursing in Older Adult Inpatient Services. As you've said, Zoe, it has been an absolute journey. From the last inspection, there was a lot of work that we did around the must-dos. There were things that we did in terms of collaborating with, I think one of the things that was highlighted, as you've said before, was a lot around ligature risks. There's work that we did to create something that we're proud of, a bed, a mental health bed, which was the first of its kind in this country, to mitigate some of the risks. There's work that we've done in terms of training the teams around management of risks, but also the environments as well. And as mentioned in the video, there's work that we've done in terms of improving patient safety, the QI collaborative that we did across the 8 inpatient wards, around reducing the rate of falls, but we're also continuing that work with our clinical transformation programs, and we're continuing that work across the 8 wards.
Thanks, Gillian, and personal congratulations to you as well for your leadership. It's extraordinary. Thank you. Would any other colleague like to come in and tell us how it's felt for you?
Yeah, hi, my name is Florian. I'm the previous ward manager for Blickling. I'm here to support my colleague as well, who's the new manager. I think Blickling has been a roller coaster, and it was a nice transformation. I think what stood out most, the fact that we were able to concentrate more on our patients. And I think all the changes and transformation within the trust, be it quality assurance or quality improvement projects or governance, has helped us focus more on the care that we provide. We have partnership with our families and carers of our patients, and that was really positive because we managed to reduce dissatisfaction, and we had more collaboration with them. I think the most positive things that we've noticed is patients being involved in their care and decisions around treatment. We gave them the option of attending MDTs, being involved in their treatment, being part of the decision-making process, and I think that kind of outlines the good practice that we have done over the years. Yeah, just want to say that. Thank you.
Well, Lauren, you should be very proud as well.
Thank you.
And you've gone on to do, I think, bed management? Is that right? Good luck with that. We need your skills and expertise in there. Anna.
Hi everyone, I'm Anna. I'm the leader for Sandringham Ward. So after the first visit in February, we did have another one as well on the 5th of May for Mental Health Act, which we did well. So we did recognize that we still have some areas for development and we've got a clear action plan in place across our services, and we are now building on the progress to work towards accreditation, using it as a structured approach to move from good to outstanding.
Well, I'm very confident we will move from good to outstanding with this team of individuals, and it's wonderful to hear that ambition. And Ali, you know, you and I go a long way back as well, and I know the dedication that you've shown in making sure that our services are the best they possibly can be, so thank you. Would anyone else like to come in? You're very welcome.
I'm happy just to sort of come in just to summarise. I'm really pleased that Gillian, Anna, Floren's been able to have the opportunity to speak, because actually it's their work, it's their commitment, it's their compassion that has driven this success. I think it's really, really important that we recognise that the journey that the teams have been on, and we don't get complacent. I think it's really important that we continuously learn, we continuously improve, we continually look at our sort of evidence-based practice and evidence-based way of working, so we can drive improvement forward continuously. As we know, we are in an area of an ageing population, huge issues with loneliness, social deprivation, isolation, etc., in a very much an Asian population. What this really does now for us and older persons mental health services across Norfolk and Suffolk is give us a fantastic foundation in which to grow from. We need to sort of remodel the way that we deliver older persons mental health care and dementia care, and now we've got an absolutely fantastic example of how we do that. But what we now need to do is continuously transform those services, create a centre of excellence, and be in a position that we can meet that future demand for people in Norfolk and Suffolk.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge, I think, you know, you're right, Adam, the challenge only gets greater, doesn't it, all of the time, but it's great that we've now got that sort of model of care and improvement that we can build on. I'd like to check in with colleagues if they'd like to come in. Faisal.
Thank you, colleagues. First of all, really, really, really massively well done, because I think what we've heard is you've changed the culture and the clinical model. And what really struck me was the sensory room story, and how something so, in some sense small, but massively significant, you're changing the way you look at restrictive practice, which changes the culture in that service, and that will transcend one service. And I think that's why I was really struck by that. Secondly, it's the multi-professional angle, and heard it from our service users. Really, really well done. I think the key for us is to take what we've learnt from this and look at it beyond older adult services, because there's other areas in our organisation where we need to change culture and restrictive practice.
Thanks, Faisal. Got Andy and then Caroline.
Thanks. Similar to yourself, Zoe, I think I've been around that I can remember when Blickling first opened, and it was really nice to see Aaron on the video, actually, and it's made me reflect on some of the conversations over the years, and actually in terms of like what a good example of values-driven leadership, in terms of it could have been really easy at times for people to walk away when trying to make things better in that sort of space where rated as inadequate for safety. That's a difficult space to hold, and I think both yourself, Gillian, others, a lot of colleagues here, but also Aaron, real shout out, because I think from recollection he began as team lead in Blickling when it first opened, so that commitment to see that journey through and lead, and I think the values that they've all shown have been really amazing. So yeah, I smiled too, and I saw the inside of that building and didn't see the taps.
I was relieved as well. But it is lovely, and yes, we should note our special thanks as well to Aaron, who we saw a couple of days ago, and I really commend his leadership and reinforce what Andy said. Caroline.
Yeah, I concur with that, and he was great on the video and addressed some of the issues that some of the service users or carers were saying. I've got 3 questions, if that's okay. I mean, firstly, I should say, as I have said, amazing, really well done. And I know that you don't get this type of achievement without amazing hard work, but also really great teamwork. And it's great that you worked across localities, because that's really important and something we're really trying to embed. So you've been a role model around that, so thank you. Questions for me are activity workers. And that was something we heard from the video. Is that something that you feel is embedded, or is it still a bit fragile? That's the first question. Second is involvement of carers and families. And do you have groups set up across the Julian? And how do people get involved in that? And my third question is around community teams, and you working with the community teams. We're about to go into our quality performance report, and one of the things we'll be talking about, maybe, because it's flagging up, is our length of stay in older adult wards. Now, I know that some of that is particularly probably around Laurel Ward, but just your sense of, have we got people that shouldn't be in hospital and are, and what's that relationship with community teams and maybe social care like?
In terms of activity coordinators, all 5 wards at the Julian do have an activity coordinator, but that's something that currently sits outside the budget. We've had to convert our CSW budget to have that, but they are in place, and I cannot emphasize the importance of them, because particularly for our organic wards, I think that has helped us drive down the restrictive practice in that, and with the work that we did with Falls looking at activities. Blakeling Ward did a QI as well around activities and the impact of activities, and we saw the benefits of that. So that's something that we'll continue to.
Sorry to come in again, Gillian, that's so wonderful. Is that 7 days?
No, currently it's 5 days a week. And I think that's where we've got the limitations, but we're working. As part of the clinical transformation, we are reviewing our MDTs and what that looks like. So hopefully that's something that's going to be picked up in that, in terms of what are the needs of the wards. And in terms of community teams, I think there is improved interface with the teams. We've got a twice weekly patient flow meeting that we've got. We've got a daily operational huddle where we've got our West and East colleagues, because they feed into our beds. So that interlink is quite good. So that allows us, our patient flow has improved, and I think our length of stay has really gone down. But I think there's still, as Adam has said, we still have challenges around older persons in terms of finding placements. We are trying to improve the work that we're doing with our local authority. We're linking in quite well with Norfolk County Council and Suffolk County Councils in terms of moving people on. But I think as a system, there's still issues in terms of placements accepting our patients, so we tend to have patients staying longer than they should. But I think we've done quite a good work, because we've had beds closed on Beach Ward, and I think our demand, there hasn't been any risk caused by that, and I think that just highlights the good work that we're doing with the community teams. And apologies, with your second question. It
was around carers, whether there's some formal groups.
Yeah, with the carers group, we did set that up, and I think we had a good model around it. And I've reached out to Roy as well, and I'm linking in with our Service User Council in terms of how do we revamp that. We did have a good model. We worked with social care and our MDT in terms of providing information, but I think the issues that we had were we didn't have any attendance to that group. So what we are doing at the moment is sending out a survey just to look at the dates and times that would best suit carers to attend. Some of the feedback that we've had with carers is because they've got daily conversations with the MDTs, they're attending MDTs, so most of their questions are answered. We are co-located with social services as well, and I think that's the benefit of the Julian Hospital. So if they do have any questions, they tend to be answered on the ward. But we're looking at linking in with the Working Together group for older adults in terms of providing better support for carers.
Thank you so much.
Can I just add quickly something to the carers? So when we realized that the attendance to the carers group is quite thin, and people, because of childcare or work responsibilities, they couldn't attend, we have set up a communication channel from the ward with the carers. So in the days that we have the MDTs, if they cannot attend online, we have an assistant practitioner on the ward who calls them and updates them on the last outcome of the MDT. So that provides them a space where they can ask questions, equally be involved in the cares of their loved ones.
That's really great to hear. Thank you very much indeed for that. Are there any...
Can I just come back in? Sorry.
Carolina would like to come in. I'll just warn you what my final question would be. Is there anything that you need? I'm going to wrap it actually, Helen, because, yeah. Is there anything that you need to happen that we could make happen, well, the executives could make happen, that's going to get you from good to outstanding? This is your time. But I think Caroline just wants to come in before you all jump in with your list of requests. But this is really an important part of the conversation at board.
I just wanted to pick up the point around 7-day activity workers, really. And this isn't just for older adults, it's across all our services. And great that you've done the work around the evidence of restricted practice and the interlink. And I know this is something that Anthony's looking at, but I just think we need to raise it up our agenda, and whether we can ask the Quality Committee to look at this. And I don't know, Anthony, you might want to come back on this, what sort of assurance we have or map we have of activity workers 7-day working across our inpatient areas.
Thank you, Caroline. That has been part of the skill mix review that we've done, so looking at where we can actually extend 7 days. So Gillian mentioned about skill mixing, looking at where we can use some of this CSW care support worker budget maybe to support activity workers. So it's part of that piece of work that will be sort of taken through, we said, to Quality Committee in September.
Okay, that's really good. I mean, I think it would just be really helpful if we could have an at-a-glance kind of ward-by-ward, almost rag-rated sheet that tells us, which wards have got 7-day activity coordinators and which haven't. I mean, that would be very powerful for us. And Oliver, I'm sure that's something that will be within your sights as chair of the Quality Committee as well. So let's take that as an action, can we, that we linked into the skills mix review that you've talked about, Anthony, that there's really clear sight on activities. Okay, we've got 2 or 3 minutes, so what more, and please feel free to come in, each of you, should we be doing to support you?
So if I may, just on the last point about the activities coordinators, I think we also, we're currently working with our AHP workforce. This is also around sort of occupational therapy provision and creative art therapies as well. I think that's got to be part of the picture. And also what we have to be very mindful of with activities coordinators, they don't become a single point of failure. Actually, it's the responsibility of all of our staff, no matter what level you are, no matter what role or designation you are, all staff need to have the skills to meaningfully engage with patients on our ward, particularly in our older adult settings. And I think that's something we see quite strongly in our older person settings, but clearly something we need to do more and more of. But yes, I think it's got to be everyone's responsibility.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Adam. Thanks. Yeah. So, last but not least, what are your requests?
In terms of activities, just to add, there has been training delivered as part of our team investment days to all our teams by our AHPs, because I think a lot of issues were around confidence, and we've got grab boxes, activity grab boxes as well, that are now available on the wards. One of the things that we're working on for all patients is having "this is me" stories, so that our staff are able to know how to better engage with patients and what activities they'll like. So we're involving carers and patients in that.
Lovely. Last chance to put your list of demands on the table. I think Anna wants to go, and then I'll go back to Adam.
Yeah, the other request which I would like from the board is the increasing of our staffing levels, because on my ward we run on 6-5. Considering the age group of the patients we are looking after, it takes time. These are elderly patients. We support them to eat, we support them to take their medication, we support them with washing and dressing, even walking as well, the time it takes to support them. So with the number of staffing levels we've got, I feel that it's not enough for our services.
And these are exactly the things that we need to hear as a board, so thank you very much for raising that, Anna, and we'll make sure that that goes back through. I think Anthony, isn't it, to review the levels of staffing? Thanks.
It is, Chair, and Anna, you may be aware that we're currently running the mental health optimal staffing tool again, just to try and get a good sort of assessment of the care needs on each of our wards. So that will hopefully provide us with some additional objective information about what the staffing numbers need to look like.
Thanks very much. Anyone else?
Very, very quickly. So I think in terms of an ask, I think it's how we move forward the transformation piece, and how we work with our local authority and social sector colleagues to solve some of the issues that we're facing. I think often there can be a bit of a gap or tension between health and our local authority and social care colleagues. You know, when we're talking about flow and sort of patients having long lengths of stay on the ward, it's often easy to say, well, there isn't the placements out there. What we need to do, we're specialists in providing older adult mental health care. We're specialists in providing specialist dementia care. We need to be in a space where we can support people in the community, in their own homes, in social care settings, to live well with dementia and older adult related mental health problems, and sort of how we do that through transformation. I don't think that takes any new investment or new money, but it's a redistribution of what we've got. We are currently working with Dorcas, who's the Deputy Director of Adult Social Care in Norfolk County Council, on that. But I think if there's anything we could do to sort of escalate that from a system point of view, that would be very welcomed.
Yeah, give me Dorcas's number. I'm joking. I certainly wouldn't get involved in operational things. But no, that's really helpful to know. And, you know, it is relationships, isn't it? And it's great that we're really clear that that's where we need to face to as well. We're not simply dealing with our own internal problems anymore, thanks to the great work that you're doing and the fantastic good outcome, but gives us that capacity to be able to do that work outside of the trust as well. So can I just say on behalf of the board, a huge thank you to all of you, A, for everything you do, and B, for coming here today, and congratulations on the outcomes, which are richly deserved. Please don't feel polite that you need to stay as well. Please do feel free to leave at any time you'd like to. Great, I'm going to move back to, I think, Anthony, technically I think there's a quality report from you, which I'd like us as much as possible to take as read, and then move on to Helen to present the quality committee report. But is there anything specific you'd like to highlight on the IQPR quality report? On the on your quality report, paper J.
Not really. I think we've covered the main thing, Zoe. Just to say that the SEND inspection that's referred to there, since the papers were submitted to board, we've now received the report, so that will be taken through execs and an update provided at the next board. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. I meant to just say on the last item, I forgot. Anthony, the presentation that you gave us in terms of this sort of the CQC older adults inspection report, can we just make sure that that goes on the in the public domain with our papers as well? It was really great to see that sea of green, wasn't it, on the service statements. Thank you very much indeed. Helen, may I turn to you now to present the Quality Committee Chair's report, which you chaired on behalf of Oliver last time round?
Yeah, just a few points to raise in. Perhaps in addition, or to flesh out a little bit what's in the chair's report. There are no alerts particularly to report through, but we did identify a couple of areas where, as a quality committee, we want to do a deeper dive. One of those is care planning, which seems to be quite resistant, even with the set of actions that are in place. We're not seeing that consistently move across localities. And the other area was about doing a deeper dive into restrictive interventions. So those areas will be built into the plan going forward. Just because we were just mentioning ligature risk, probably just timely to note that we really welcome the reduction in ligature risks, which was reported on the IQPR this time, because it's a significant and long-standing safety issue. So to see that was really really welcome. We had the draft quality account, which was really positively received, but an interesting kind of conversation about the risk with quality accounts is a lot of work goes into them, producing them. So do we make enough use of it, and is there more that we can do with that? And then finally, I just want to highlight, we had an excellent presentation from the East Suffolk locality. It was a really strong presentation focusing on quality issues, patient safety, outcomes, patient experience work that they've been doing. So really good to hear from that locality.
It's great to hear. Thank you, Helen. I'll just check in with colleagues. Would anyone like to either ask questions or supplement? MC.
Thanks, Zoe. I just had a question, and apologies because I wasn't at Quality Committee, so this might have been something that was discussed there. Anthony, in your covering report, the comments on why things are alert, advised, assured mirror the comments in the IQPR, and we've, I think, fallen down that rabbit hole of describing the numbers instead of describing the problem. So if I take the friends and family test as an example, all of the commentary talks a lot about the numbers, and if Central Norfolk was higher, then that would bring us up, and that we're going to get action plans. What I don't have a sense of, and I think we've got to have a sense of here, is what is it that friends and family are telling us about where our service is falling short, and what is it that we need to do to get from the 81% to the 90%. And when I work through the report, I think we've got quite a few examples of describing the charts and the numbers, but not necessarily the crux of the problem and what we're going to do to fix it.
Yeah, thanks very much for that observation, MC, really important. So, Kath, would you like to come in?
Yeah, on that very issue, thank you. At Quality Committee in the end of March, we approved an improvement trajectory to increase both the positive responses from 80% to 90%, because we've plateaued at that 80% for couple of years now, but also to double the responses in order to get much more richer, higher volume feedback from our service users. But you're absolutely right in terms of the numbers are one thing and they tell part of the story, but the next steps is also a big real focus on the learning from, but also triangulating the feedback that we get, both in terms of what the numbers tell us, but what the narrative tells us. We get rich information that comes through from people who choose to leave their messages and their feedback, some of which is very positive, some of it isn't. So it's about how we are doing more work within my team and working with the localities with regard to the feedback that comes through, but also how that triangulates with other measures of potential early warning risks. It could be complaints, it could be staff turnover, it could be waiting lists, etc. So we really do need to step into that next space of being much more intuitive with the use of the data.
It's really helpful to know that, Kath, and I think the challenge for us, really going to the heart of MC's question, is how do we give this board a lens into the qualitative aspects that you've really well described there, as opposed to the numbers. And I think that is an ongoing challenge for us, not just on friends and families. I think there's a whole range of areas, staff survey being one of them, and how our staff are feeling at different times of the year is another that comes to mind. So I think let's pause it. When we haven't got time for a long conversation on this, but could we remit this kind of qualitative issue, Caroline, unless you're going to answer it now, back into committees? I see lots of hands. I'm going to go. Helen, would you like to come in specifically on that?
Yeah, it was just very quickly to say, I think you're absolutely right, but on the wider question, I think that's also where the deeper dives will get us into really understanding beyond the numbers. And so care planning, for example, was a good example of that we could see some movement, but it was pretty resistant, particularly in some localities. And the actions that were in place are not getting the traction that we were hoping for. So let's have a more detailed look at that, understand what's going on and whether we need to change course. So you're right, it's beyond the numbers, although the numbers now are a can opener really and giving us a way in, I think.
Did you want to come in, Anthony, and then I'll go
thanks,
to Oliver?
Just on the care plan issue, that work is underway with the locality directors of nursing to get a more forensic understanding of what are the practical difficulties with this. Just to reassure the board about, it's not that care plans aren't in place, it's about the validation of those care plans. So that's the process that is not being completed in line with the target. But one of the things that has been fed back to me is that as soon as they've completed validation, then there's another sort of tranche of care plans that trip over that deadline. So it's key. There's an issue about the volume of care plans that need to be validated and the capacity to be able to do the validation, and that's the bit that the locality directors of nursing are looking at now to make sure that we've got the right capacity to do that and the people with the skills to do it.
Okay, thank you. Karen, do you want to come in at the end, or do you want to come in on this?
No, I'll come in at the end.
Okay, Oliver and then Paul.
It's the same point, Zoe. So just to give some confidence about this, so we had this conversation at the Quality Committee in March, because there's a risk you get a whole load of information and then how do you make sense of, you know, what's in the weeds and what we need to pay really close attention to. So we've asked for a bit of work alongside the sort of deeper dives that we would do to think about when we get presented with information almost as blunt as, so what's it telling us, what does it mean for the people we're here to serve, and what do we need to do to respond to that in asking helpful prompts and questions. So it's absolutely in our minds when we think about it.
That's really good to hear. And then on the occasions where there's presumably the need for an escalation into the board, it's also having that support when we have those conversations at board, so that it's simply not an escalation through, but there's a kind of series of actions that could potentially be taken for us to discuss. I think that would be great. Thank you, Oliver. Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This is a specific question around the item around identifying the ethnicity of service users. So you can see, I guess, there's a sort of gradual improvement of that over the last 2 years. But if I think I'm reading the sort of chart correctly, it will take us a few years to get to the 90% target that we've set. And I just wonder how we might accelerate that, because obviously understanding the makeup of our service users really does enable us to ensure our services are effectively delivered, and it gives a lot of information, particularly to back up our PCREF plan and work that we do in the mental health legislation committee as well. So, I think it would be good to have a clear understanding about how we accelerate that.
Okay, Kath, thank you. Really great question, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the PCREF priorities, which is the Patient and Carer Race Equality Framework, just for those who may not be aware, is about improving the ethnicity recording. When compared to certainly all of our peers across the Norfolk and Suffolk, we do really well with our reporting, but it's not good enough. And big area of PCREF is not just about knowing the ethnicity, but then how we use that information to triangulate it in relation to where there are worse outcomes associated with people's ethnicity. Other areas relate to the use of the Mental Health Act, restraint, but also physical health. We know that people from global majorities have worse health outcomes, so overlaying that with their serious mental illness or their autism, for example, is critical. So I agree. We'll take that away, review the trajectory. I think we should be going for higher than 90%, but we'll bring that back, and we'll be bringing a report to Quality Committee in July on PCREF, so we'll make sure that's factored in explicitly. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Thanks very much, Paul. If we talked about this at the Roots to Success. If we're serious about being an anti-racist organisation, we need to know what's happening both amongst our staff, but also amongst our, importantly, of course, our service users and carers as well. So yeah, let's keep a BDI on that, shall we, through our committees initially. But let's check ourselves. If it's going to take 10 years for us to get to meet the trajectories, I know that's an exaggeration, but let's just check ourselves on that and whether or not there needs to be some reprioritisation. I'm going to leave Caroline with the last word on this item.
Thank you ever so much, and just really good, rich discussion. I guess it's just a reflection to us around, it was where we started at the beginning of the day, around what level of assurance have we got between performance and committees, and that we're going to take it into a board development session. But in the Quality Committee, it's great that Helen says we've got a deep dive, and I presume that's because of the sticky issue of the care plans, but the Quality Committee doesn't tell us that. So I think we need to strengthen that, which is on us to do, and make sure that we do. I'm not sure, so because the alert says there's no alerts in the Quality Committee, and the performance part, we've got 3 alerts. And I don't know, have we got assurance around physical health checks? Because that's been a big issue for us across the organisation. And it might be that we have, and that's why we don't need to be focusing on a deep dive. My other question is around, I'm not sure, have we got the metric quite right for occasions where restraint was used? Because the number of times it's used doesn't really give us the context. If we were starting to look at where are we benchmarked with other trusts, I think it might be richer data. I'm not sure that gives us just the number, is something maybe we need to just have a look at that metric. But good, Helen, that you're going to be doing a deep dive around that.
So this is a really good example of an executive challenging a non-executive, which is exactly what we want to see. We want to challenge ourselves, don't we, across tables, that, someone looking in on our discussions as a unitary board, they can't tell whether we're an exec or a non-exec director. So I think those are really helpful observations, Caroline, and some of that will be solved through the review that we're doing as to how we report into board. But the challenge around whether or not our metrics are actually telling us the right things, I think, is really important. I'm not suggesting we expand the conversation today unless someone here has got the answer. I'll just pause and check to see if someone has got the answer on, are the metrics telling us the right thing, or are we measuring the right thing? Anthony, you're smiling like the Mona Lisa. Does that mean you know?
I think there's definitely room to improve, but it's the use of restraint across 1,000 bed days that we need to be looking at, and then the qualitative information around, what's happening in terms of restrictive practice. But we're not providing sufficient breakdown of the different types of restrictive interventions that we're using at the moment. So there is some work for us to do with colleagues in performance team to get that information improved.
I'm going to, Faisal, I know you want to come in, but I am a bit conscious of time. I'm going to give Oliver, who is chair of the committee, the last word actually on this, if I may.
It's only just to say that just this morning before board, Faisal, Anthony, myself and Addy met to go through the quality committee work plan, and we touched explicitly on doing a significant piece of work around restrictive practice that would look at restraint, what we're measuring, what's things like long-term segregation, seclusion, looking like across the organisation, so we can be more confident about and are we looking at the right things.
That's great to hear. So I think there's a few things that come from this conversation. I probably haven't summarised it brilliantly, but sort of the scale of assurance that we're receiving through both the nursing director and also the committee chair's report on quality. I just think that's something that we need to have an ongoing conversation about, which Caroline's flagged. The question of restrictive practice and interventions is already something very much on the radar, which is great. And then the ability of, linked to the assurance point, how the board itself gets eyes on those areas that we're describing as deep dives, and what the outcomes are from those. And encouraging colleagues where we think matters haven't been fully resolved within the committee discussion, that we bring matters to the board for further discussion. It's really important that our public hear the complex, wicked issues that we're grappling with as well. So I think that's 3 or 4 actions from that conversation. With those in mind, are people happy to note the IQPR and the IQPR report, and also the chair of the Quality Committee's reports? Thank you. I'm going to move quickly on to the Safer Staffing report. I'm going to ask you to be brief in your introduction, Anthony, if you wouldn't mind just really highlighting the changes that we've made to that really important table that always used to give me stress. Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, take the paper as read then. What we've done in terms of the table, the 10% tolerance that we report on, where that drops below the 90%, then we've rag rated that as red because we're below our established established numbers. Where it's 10% above, then it's the lighter shade of green. And where we've, due to acuity on the wards, where we've had to increase the staffing numbers to ensure safe care, then that's the darker shade of green. So that was previously red as well, which probably gave the wrong indication. So those increased numbers are there to ensure that the wards are kept safe. So that's been the main difference to the actual table. We've also, under localities, listed the wards by type for easier reference, and we've also highlighted in the report the narrative to explain some of the where there's been significant increase in the numbers, and we've included a section in the report that refers to the continuing work through the incident management group, which we anticipate will be concluding at the end of this month around safer staffing, and we've also made reference to what was mentioned earlier, the skill mix review, which is an important piece of work that we've done over the past 12 months, and we're looking to now pilot some of the options that have been developed around our skill mix review that will pick up on things like where roles such as activity workers, where can we extend into 7-day working across our services. So they're the main points that I'd like to highlight, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed for that, Anthony. Vast improvement in that table, if I may say so, so thank you for that. But that just shows what you can do by changing the colours. If only everything else was that easy, eh? But it is important that we understand it. Are there any further points that anyone would like to check on or ask Anthony?
Well, it's just, can I just make just one point? Because we've been really trying to strengthen this as a team, and one of the things I think, Anthony, that you're going to work on, I don't know the timescale for it. At the moment, the reporting is against the establishment. It's not against the patient need. So from a shift-by-shift basis, that could change with the acuity of the patient. So we're going to try and build that into the report, so it'll give us richer information. If we test our staff fill rates against the patient need, I think you've got that data, and that will come through in future reports.
Yeah, you're referring to the work that we're doing around MHOST, the mental health optimal staffing tool, that we're going to try and integrate the outcomes of the MHOST review into the safe staffing, so that that will provide that kind of that need level alongside the establishment numbers as well. But we're working on that, and we'll bring that through to a next board meeting.
Caroline's smiling and nodding, so that must be okay. I am going to ask a quick additional. I mean, I was really struck by Anna's comment about, in older persons, nurses having the time to sit alongside patients and feed them and make sure they're taking fluids and everything. Does that fall under specifically the patient need discussion that you've just had, and would that be accounted for and taken into account?
It is part of that work, so yes.
So it's not all driven by acuity then?
So what Anna was referring to was that level of need, which sometimes probably gets referred to as acuity falsely. It's level of need, you're quite right. The MHOST tool assesses that for us, so it gives us that kind of objective information. But we still need to apply professional judgment alongside it.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. Jason wanted to come in.
No, it's the same point Caroline raised.
Anyone else want to come in? Linz?
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I just want to pick up in the narrative later on, which is around the one service user in Walker Close. Where do we monitor where we have wards with a single service user, both for optimising their care, optimising our staff usage, and also making sure that they are well cared for and safe when they're the only service user on the ward?
But through weekly quality meetings, Lynn's, those kind of issues are monitored there. That was the last patient, obviously, at Walker Close before they were able to be safely discharged. But any kind of escalations are then sort of taken through to our quality group, but they're monitored in the locality at their quality groups where we have. And they're very rare situations where we would be down to one service user in a service.
Okay, thanks very much indeed for that. Can we note that report and thank Anthony for the changes that he's presented today? Thanks very much. Let's move on to the Mental Health Legislation Committee report, again with interest of time. Helen, if we could take your report as read, but very informative, thank you.
Do you want to would like to hear from Faisal first?
I think that might be a very good idea. Thank you very much. Apologies, Faisal.
No, not at all. Not at all.
First.
Not at all. I thought this would be a good point to just make reference to the mental health legislation metrics. Ultimately, we will have in the region of 5 metrics in the IQPR. 3 are still developing, but 2 of them are there. And I want to make a couple of points about the 2 that you see. And just to give you some narrative, the first one that you see is around urgent DOLS, so deprivation of liberty standards. And if we were having this conversation, say 12 months ago, and having a high number sitting in urgent DOLS means things are not going well or in the right way, that number would have been somewhere in between 15 to 20. And now routinely over the last few months, because of targeted actions around staff training and looking at the balance of use of the Mental Health Act versus the Mental Capacity Act, that sits between 0 to 5. It's a really, really good piece of work. There's so much more to do. And even as we sit here today, in the last 48 hours, there's a Supreme Court ruling around DOLS where they've changed the thresholds for deprivation of liberty, moving towards, I think in a very positive way, to a more personalised, individualised assessment of consent and freedom. So we've got to work through what that means for our policy and practice, and we're already on that. The other metric that you see there is Section 132 rights, which is about, and we look at a number of metrics, although you see one dimension here. We look at how we do that on entry, at 48 hours and over the next 8 days. So it's an evolving picture, so you see a snapshot here. But the good news there is, although it seems like it's gone from very much nothing to 15%, actually this is about a transition from primarily manual recording to digital recording. So we've got a recovery plan around that with interventions that we're following through the mental health law group, and we'll be reporting into the committee. So those are the first 2 metrics that are coming to board, and over the course of the next couple of boards you'll see that expanding with much more narrative.
That's really good to hear. I mean, the progress is encouraging, isn't it, and important. And Helen, I know that you've been providing great oversight on that as the chair. But over to you for your piece on your report.
Yeah, I think I'd continue to say we're seeing improved kind of oversight, improved data, as Faisal's just referred to be able to give the board the assurance that it needs over the mental health law. And the trust responsibilities in that area. Just a couple of areas, perhaps just to flag from the report. We've been, I think, repeatedly identifying issues about Section 117, which is in relation to aftercare. It's a complex issue because it's not just the trust activities, its relationship with system partners. And although we've got more assurance on that now, we've got further work to understand the impact, clinical and service user impact, which is really the lens that we should be coming at that, as well as just the numbers. We are now starting to get oversight of the associate hospital manager. There's a regular item on the agenda now, and we will be starting to get data again through there about their levels of activity. And I suppose the final point, which is positive to note, is the reduction of the risk rating in relation to this from 16 to 12. That reflects really all the things that we've been talking about.
Thanks, Helen. And I take it from what you're saying as you know, chair of this relatively new reinstituted committee, you feel assured of the progress that's being made under the auspices of this committee now.
Yeah, I think that there is more to be done, but it's certainly progressing. And Faisal and I have been talking about bringing together a number of work streams so that the committee has oversight of what's happening with the redesign of the mental health law team, the work plan of the committee, the Mental Health Act changes that are coming as well. And then, as Faisal says, there are live things being thrown in about things like Supreme Court judgments on deprivation of liberties. So we need to sit down and bring all those work programmes together in the work plan for the committee.
If I may say so, a personal observation, we're having a very different discussion about mental health law now to the very, very limited conversation that we were having even 12 months ago. So thank you for that. Can we just note that that's progress? Right, planning to move on. Let's move on to the Service User and Carer Council report. I'm very sorry to say that Roy isn't able to be with us today. I thought personally his report is absolutely excellent. It's pulled together by the Service User Carer Council themselves. I thought it was incredibly rich and I have really enjoyed reading it. So can we just note that? I'm going to be, in the interest of time, Kath, ask you to take the report as read and to take questions of the report, unless there's anything that you need to kind of highlight.
No, nothing. I was going to commend the quality of the report also.
It's a really, really rich report, isn't it? And obviously Roy isn't here, but I'm sure Kath can field any questions that colleagues have got. No, we'll make sure that we make time on the next agenda of the board. We have this as a standing item on the board, rightly so. Can we just make sure that we have a little bit of time set aside, because there'll be even further progress to report by the time we get together again in August, and let's really focus in on that. But in the meantime, colleagues, happy to note the very excellent report of the Service User and Carer Council co-chair. Thanks very much indeed. Let's move on to, I'm moving backwards, I'm having that Benjamin button because it's now telling me we're on a break, but obviously we're not. I'm going on to the Performance and Finance report now. I'm going to ask Andy and Lynn's together to work through this section of the agenda from paper N onwards. Andy.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I was going to just touch on a couple of the alert areas and a couple of the advice. I'll try and be succinct given the time, but happy to take questions when we get to the end. I want to touch on psychiatric liaison 24-hour standard. To begin with, I think it's important to consider this standard as one of several metrics in the crisis pathway and not see it too much in isolation, because there is some evidence of ongoing improvement in some of the areas, such as the 24-hour crisis standard, the 4-hour very urgent crisis waits, and the 1-hour psychiatric liaison waits. And it's important because sometimes in delivering them, they have an interplay with each other, particularly in the 24-hour standard. We're continuing to do the actions that we've spoken about here before, where staff are level loading across peak periods of time. The leaders have the heat map data available to see them when people are attending emergency departments. But we do need to work a lot harder to support people not to attend emergency departments when they don't have physical health issues that require them to go there. And sadly, at the moment, we're still seeing some of our own services directing people into an ED as a safe space, so particularly our 111 mental health services and our crisis teams. Sometimes our community teams are sending people to an ED as a safe space, and obviously if we have lots of people going into the ED, that will pull people away from being able to deliver the 24-hour standard on the wards. So what we're doing around that is making sure that we've accelerated some of the work around the 111 integration across Norfolk and Suffolk as part of the IRS or the Instant Response Service model. And the reason we're doing that is because that will hopefully provide far more consistency in the triage and assessment to make sure that people are allocated to the right service and not pointed towards an emergency department to access mental health services. And we're also looking hard at what options there are available to increase the likelihood of people being diverted by our 111 services direct to one of our own existing crisis spaces, particularly over at King's Lynn as part of the neighbourhood conversations. We do worry a little bit around the resource we have available, particularly at the Norfolk and Norwich hospital for the liaison service. The NNN has grown exponentially. I think it's up to about 1,200 bed hospital now, and the staffing resource around the liaison service isn't probably where that needs to be. But we're picking up some of those conversations with the ICB as we prepare and plan for the mental health specific EDs that we've talked about before here. There's bound to be more questions around crisis pathway, but I'll move on to the other allow, which is around referrals treated within standards, specifically in West Suffolk at the moment. Really important just to explain that the issue in West Suffolk can be explained around a recording process at the moment. So West Suffolk, as we know, hosts many of our ADHD, NDD services. As it stands, our recording process means that somebody referred to a community team may already have had a referral into our ADHD pathway and have an open assessment waiting to be closed with that ADHD pathway. When they're then referred subsequently into a community pathway, the wait time will come from when they first entered NSFT's pathways. So somebody referred newly into a community mental health team will often show as having waited longer because you take the start point as when they referred into one of our parallel services, being the ADHD service. Performance team, though, have done some work to extrapolate what that looks like. That's been prepared to go into an exec conversation to look at the options of how we could show that data in a different way to make sure that it's really clear. But just for context, that affects about approximately 166 waits in the current reporting period. So that would make a significant shift in terms of West Suffolk. And I focus on West Suffolk because they are the area that are particularly out of kilter there. The other two areas I just want to briefly touch on are the ones that are under-advised but are showing as getting worse. So I think important we show some grip around those. One is perinatal access, which we've talked about here before at length, and I think it's a well understood issue in terms of how there has been a bit of a managed reduction in access rates across the Suffolk services. We are a little bit worried that reduction has dipped further than we would want in Suffolk. We think some of that is probably through some key gaps in terms of we had a team leader vacancy and a vacancy in a consultant psychiatrist. They've been recruited into now, but we also know that the Suffolk service is 6 posts short of the Royal College of Psychiatry standards around a perinatal community service. So at the moment we've moved a couple of whole-time staff from the Norfolk service into Suffolk to try and help balance that out, but we're also having conversations with the ICB about how we review the whole pathway, and we obviously have an opportunity to do that now with the current ICB setup. We're also conscious though that there has been some additional dip in access in the Norfolk service. That is different. That's not because we've changed the model in any way, shape or form. There has been no tightening of the criteria or change in the referral process. We're still continuing to accept 90% of the people referred. So we're confident it's not a process issue in terms of something we've done, but there is a deep dive ongoing to have a look at why is that in Norfolk affected. We do know nationally, after a real increase in access, lots of services are beginning to stabilise a little bit. It's not true to say they're all reducing, but there is a stabilisation that we just need to explore a bit further. And the last one I just want to mention briefly is around the talking therapies, 6-week waits. I know it's only just below the standard, but it's important to mention, I think, because in December there was a real drop-off in performance that was significant. It looks like we fell off the edge of a cliff. The reason behind that was throughout December there was a much higher rate of cancellation of appointments, both by service users and by our own services. Range of things around sickness and absences, both in service user population and our own, drove that. At the same time, we had some issues with one of our subcontracted partners who weren't working to the standards we needed to. The service have done the work with the subcontractor to make sure that they are working, and the drop-off in December meant that the assessment slots available in January, February, March were taken up by the knock-on impact. The service has caught up now, and I think as we see it today, the compliance is back at 84%, and there's no expectation that that will continue to dip. So we're confident that's improved. So I'll stop there and pass over to Liz.
It's really helpful. Thanks very much for that background, Andy, and makes eminent sense. Very, very understandable. And it's helpful to have that narrative to overlay, if you like, the kind of the tartan rug as well. And that indeed, Stuart, is the sort of summary that would be really good to kind of place at the front of this to help with the sort of the interpretation. It would be really, really useful. Linz.
Thank you. So just briefly from the Chair's report, I'll take it as read. There's already in here some of the positive incremental successes as well as some of the continued challenges that we see. So I put in an alert around transformation. It was one of the themes that came through the paper, or the number of papers in the committee this time, around securing enough clinical engagement. So it certainly wasn't unwillingness, it was capacity that was coming through as the issue. So I'm going to raise that here and just ask my colleagues how we can ensure we get that clinical engagement across all of our large-scale change programs, and in particular the electronic patient record. And the second point I want to raise is it's not in the Chair's report because we didn't spend a long time on it, but it's just a reminder that we have an open action around adult NDD weights with a deep dive due to come back in July. And I'm raising that because it is one of the largest weights that we have on the IQPR. So we haven't talked about it in the Chair's report because you'll get to see that next time. And finally, just as a point of holding the line of the committee, so we had 2 risks that were requested to be reduced. One was agreed, but the one around estates we did not, because we didn't feel assured enough at the time to actually reduce the risk. That's going to come back with some additional assurance at the next, hopefully the next committee. So I'll leave it there if there's any questions.
It's great to hear that the BAF is still informing all that you do, Linz, and you know, just again to note the work that you've done here and the arrangements that you've got in place as well to ensure that the kind of the seamless handover will happen as well. Thank you. I've got 2 comments. One, I'm not sure who went first. Was it Stuart or Stuart? Go on then, and then Jason.
So just in terms of context to Lindsay's comments around capacity for improvement, particularly across the organisation, I don't think at this point that we're not getting the right level of involvement from clinical services, but I think what we're highlighting is the risk of ongoing sort of improvement happening across the organisation, the ability of staff to be released from business as usual to support the business change that's required, and that's what I think we're highlighting more than anything. But we're not having that gap yet, but there's a risk that it might come if we continue to add to staff in terms of the improvement activity that we have across the organisation.
I would challenge back slightly on that. Some of the reports were clearly that we don't have capacity now, and there is the risk of further gaps in the future. So EPR was definitely one, and there was others, but we can talk about that offline if you like, as to where exactly that is.
Okay, I think it's important that we have a conversation here, and given it's been raised by Linz in her last meeting, I think for consistency we probably just need to think of a way of what the kind of resolution of that is reported back into board, and I'm going to ask Stuart to take that forward, please, on the Chair's behalf and the incoming Chair's behalf. Okay, that's that. Can we go to Jason now, and then I'll come to you to wrap up, Caroline.
Yeah, my comments were regarding the 2 risks. So if I start with the financial sustainability risk, with having ongoing discussions about where that sits in terms of the wider risk portfolio with the organisation. So yes, we agreed to reduce it at committee following the submission of the plan. However, it still is one of our most significant risks. So we need to look at it in conjunction with all of the other risks within the trust. The second one, in terms of the estates risk, it really featured on compliance versus service need, and the point was raised we could have a fully compliant estate, but it didn't meet the needs of the service, and yet from the way the risk is worded, that would reduce the risk. So we're looking at how we word that risk, how we really cover off what we need to cover and what the core meaning for that risk is. So it's compliance and service need.
Okay, thanks very much. I mean, I think it is really important that we understand how, as a board, we get that overarching picture that you've just described. Of course, committees look at the risks that have been allocated into them, but then actually seeing it as a whole, I think, is something that we're going to have a conversation in private board about today, but with the plan and intention that we come back into public board to be able to describe that once we've resolved the issues that we need to resolve. But thank you for that, Jason. I'm going to Helen, then Caroline, then I'm going to move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you. It's just quickly, Andy, you were raising under the advice issues some issues about the perinatal service. And at Quality Committee, we received a report which was looking at the impact on those women who are now under the threshold with the realignment. And we signed off that and that as a closed action. But is anything in what you were suggesting that you were highlighting that we need to pick up again?
No, I don't think so. It's the right question, but those safety mechanisms, if you like, are still in place. It's not that we've seen further reduction significantly in Suffolk, so we still have those referral routes both into talking therapies and the fast track referral route into the service in place. It's more that we've noticed in Norfolk there's a slight reduction of people accessing, but it's not us rejecting people from the service.
Thanks very much. Thanks for that kind of cross-check as well, Helen. Caroline.
Yeah, just wanting to come back to the helpful risk that the Performance and Finance Committee have identified around clinical engagement in transformation and what we're going to do about that. I guess if we think about the whole legacy of this organisation over the last decade has probably been the lack of clinical engagement in transformation. Our whole strategy is to strengthen that. We set up the Clinical Directorate for Transformation, which Stuart leads. We heard earlier on about the new clinical collaboratives, all the strength and professional leadership that we've established. Listening into Action is all clinically led, and we've had a digital LIA. We've got a 20-week digital LIA group that are really leading that. But we know from the digital review we've got, if we're particularly thinking about EPR and the digital review, we know that the key message there is we're too transactional and we have to be transformational, and we need clinical leadership to do that. So it's really for me about how we're going to mitigate that, and are we doing enough to mitigate it, and do we need to take it away, and then maybe this is something we bring back up to board level. Because I need to just have a little look at what particularly were the issues that felt were mitigated.
How do we do that, Caroline? What would you like to do?
I think we need to, as an executive, take it back, with obviously Stuart's leadership and Jason as leading that committee. And I suggest we need to bring it back with the paper to board and see are there risks that we haven't got mitigated that we need to look at, or do we feel we've got a plan? Albeit it's a challenge, of course it is. Does that make sense?
Okay, that sounds like a proposition that presumably it goes back into performance and it goes back in through Performance and Finance Committee in the meantime, and then back.
Yeah, and it
into
might be
board.
because the Performance and Finance Committee feel that work then mitigates the risk, and it doesn't need to come back up here. But
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly something that's rumbling around, isn't it? Stuart?
Yeah, happy with that. Happy to do that bit of work and just understand that in a bit more detail. I'm really keen to understand where we have got gaps, what disciplines are missing, you know, what representation are we missing across that area. I'm asking the question now just around numbers. I think there is a large number of staff actively involved in the development of the APR through the LIA. I think there was over 500 staff involved in all of the various sort of pioneer teams that we've got set up. So I am pretty sure that that is the case. I'm just double checking on numbers, but I'm happy to also check on disciplines and have got actively involved all levels of disciplines across the organisation to ensure that. So we'll bring it back, absolutely. We'll bring it through the Performance and Finance.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Stuart. Anything else on this agenda item? So on the understanding that the issue around clinical engagement capacity will be further considered, taken back in through Performance and Finance, can we note the Performance and Finance reports, both the Chair's report and the IQPR element of that report? Thank you, Board. Let's move on to paper O, which is the People and Culture report, and obviously this is Jeremy and Paul, and I think, Jeremy, are you going to go first or Paul?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So looking at our KPIs, there is one showing an alert in this pack, which is one the board have been briefed on previously, which is annualised sickness absence. It's a 12-month rolling average metric. There are some signs of hope with other sickness metrics. The short-term absence metric is showing a reduction over the past couple of months, and also the 3-month rolling average reflects that too. In the Chair's report for PCC, there's commentary regarding our strategy around staff well-being, which will be developed this year in partnership with staff, and that's our proactive response in relation to staff attendance and staff health. Our reactive response around sickness absence support is in delivery, particularly focused on long-term cases, and there's some commentary there around the reduction in the longest duration cases that we're seeing at the moment. 2 areas showing advise in the IQPR relating to vacancies and also to turnover. The latter there is mainly influenced by the changes in our corporate services over the past year. Turnover is an average metric for the last 12 months. There's commentary there around vacancy rates, particularly in one locality, I think it's West Suffolk, which is above the threshold. But we've seen some recent success in clinical recruitment, particularly registered nursing recruitment for West Suffolk, which should help to remedy that. And there's also some really positive signs around recruitment speed, recruitment time to hire, showing a significant improvement over the quarter from 105 to 77 days between January to March. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Jeremy. Really helpful insight. Shall we take the Chair's report next and then open up to questions? Paul, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a couple of things to note. I think it's worth picking up the improvement in completion rates for appraisals. It's an area we escalated to board last time, and I think it's worth reporting here that we've seen a significant improvement with that and the upward trajectory, so that's a positive result. Just to build on what Jeremy said about our continued rise in long-term sickness absence, we requested as a committee for a bit more clarity on the actions and also the improvement trajectories for our next meeting, so that we can obviously keep a track of that. Also, I'd just like to back up what Jeremy said about the staff health and wellbeing strategic plan that we received. It's an excellent report setting out how that's been developed. I want to flag to board that it's a really important piece of work. We'll see more about that later in the year, but it's got enormous potential on a number of fronts. It shifts us from just managing sickness absence to targeting how we prevent ill health. And if we get it right, we'll not only significantly improve the well-being of our colleagues, but it will release significant time back to caring. And it also will save money to reinvest in improving patient outcomes. We had a really good analysis of what that looks like in terms of the number of days lost, the cost to us, etc. So that will come through in autumn. Each time the committee meets, as you know, we hear from colleagues from the front line about what it's like to work in NSFT. And this time we heard some really powerful and moving testimony from a colleague who had been subject to a disciplinary investigation. And I think that what that did was really highlight to us the importance of the work already underway to improve our employee relations practices. But it also spoke very strongly to the work that we're doing with Kind Life, which we also discussed as a committee. And that particular work really does mean it's critical to transforming our culture. And that's why we have again highlighted the need for the board to look again at our response to the staff survey, which we're going to do shortly, so that we have a shared clarity and accountability as a board for the strategic actions and how they're aligned, so that actually everybody who works for NSFT feels proud to work here. So I think that's my report, really. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really helpful descriptor, both Paul and Jeremy. Thank you for that. And obviously we have an agenda item to follow that gives us the opportunity to look at the staff survey strategic response in a little bit more depth. But that's not to close down conversations here. Caroline's got a comment and observation. I've got a question as well. I'll just check whether other colleagues have got any observations. No, Caroline?
Just a comment, really. It's really good to see the, on a positive note, the 2-year turnover starting to come down, and that's been a real issue for us for many a year. We've got an LIA programme around that, and thank you and well done. That's really important. Thank you.
Yeah, that is really important. It's good to draw out the areas where we're really kind of motoring, and Paul, likewise, you emphasising that the escalation to the board has led to a change in position in a positive way as well. So thanks for that. MC?
Thank you. One point and one quick question, and it's a point for all of us, not a challenge of Jeremy. Our culture is how we speak about our people too, and this report is very mechanical in the way in which we describe our people. They are the lifeblood of our organisation. We're talking a lot about them meeting common cause variation, but they're human beings, and I don't think that that sets the culture when we describe them in that way. So I think we've got some work to do in our reports. But my question was, and it's not specifically in this one, it's sort of pepper-potted throughout the IQPR, we keep seeing Central Norfolk being referred to as an outlier in so many places. Do we have an issue there? Do we need to do something about it? Perhaps not something that could be picked up here, but I don't think we could not ask the question because we're seeing them referred to in lots of different places.
Yeah, I think Caroline will be able to respond to that. Certainly it's something that is discussed regularly as to what traction the changes that have been put in place in Central Norfolk are having. So yes, I think the question about how we describe our performance is an ongoing conversation that we're having, and we'll be having outside of here before we come back with the kind of the ability for someone who's never heard of NSFT to walk in one day and think, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and read all of the trust papers for NSFT, for board papers for a particular round, and then being able to completely understand what it is that we're saying in terms of what's going well and what's not going so well, what are we doing about it, and kind of and what next. And that's our ambition. I think it is fair to say through your challenge, MC, we're not there yet, but we must continue to remind ourselves that that's where we need to get to. Caroline, in terms of...
Yeah, I mean, Central Norfolk has quite rightly, you're quite right, MC, to call it out, has been a concern, but if you look at some of the data, we're starting to see some, I'm pleased to see, the vacancies are below the trust average. The turnover is below the trust average. The 2-year rate is good, so we're starting to see some progress. The challenge we've got, and it is part of the locality review, and we've made some leadership adjustments, is the size of it compared to other areas, but they don't have the challenges. If we looked at the safer staffing report that Anthony presented, they don't have the same challenges for fill rate that maybe some of the Suffolk areas do. So it's easier to recruit. The key is we need to retain. But the size of the issues and some of the historical issues, we've got the 111 and the crisis services. The IRS is really going to deal with that. We've got some real challenges in the 3 adult community teams. Again, the IRS model should really help with that. But the locality review is also looking at, have we got enough leadership capacity? I think capability is an issue for us right across all of our services, but I think particularly we need to challenge ourselves with the review around the leadership capacity in Central.
Yep, good question, good challenge, good answer. It's me now. So it's really important, isn't it, that the basics of being a member of staff, getting your appraisals, having time with your leader, manager are in place. And of course, an indicator metric is, staff leaving. If they're leaving, it might well be because they're not happy with the way they've been treated. But it still strikes me that we've still got a little work to do to be able to routinely report to board qualitative measures, how it feels to be a member of our staff, whether they have got somewhere to go and have their lunch now or they still have to sit in their car, whether they really do on a day-to-day basis feel that they're appreciated and valued. And I know we get that kind of one-off snapshot every staff survey, which then promotes a huge amount of activity, but I still feel that in between all of that, it feels, at least as a board, and I'm sure it's not as an organisation, that we're again flying blind on that one. So I just wonder what we can do about that. It's probably a much broader conversation than the time permits today, but it is a worry, isn't it, when we kind of pick up our lovely tartan rug now and we look and see, and the only two things that are only, in inverted commas, they're big issues that are alerts, are annualised sickness and in-month sickness absence, whereas actually what we know our biggest challenge is our culture. It's how is that translating into the information that we have in front of us? It is a big question. I'm not going to try and answer it for you, Jeremy. I'm going to
absolutely
throw it out there. But it's not just, this is not, just a Jeremy question. This is all of us, isn't it, as leaders around the table.
So at the heart of your challenge, Zoe, is the question about how do you measure culture, and how do you do that at a sufficient level of frequency, ideally in real time, rather than on an annual basis. And I share your wish and aspiration to be in that position. There is a quarterly pulse survey that's undertaken within the trust, although the uptake for that is low, and we battle, I think, survey fatigue sometimes, but that is something that we can definitely visit in committee to see how that can be rejuvenated. And we do bring qualitative feedback into committee, and there will be other better ways in which we can do that. I know we have, for example, we have an item later in the board around board visits, and that's one way in which we as board colleagues gain those insights and get to do some triangulation. I wonder if PCC would be a good place to bring that as well as to board, so that we can go deeper in that triangulation. It's just one example of what we could do. It's not the whole answer.
As I say, I realise it's a big question. It may be that the conclusion, I'm going to bring Caroline in next, is that we ask the People and Cultural Committee to have a really good look at this issue and think about how we engage us all in a whole board discussion, because it's everyone's business, as we talked about earlier. Paul?
Yeah, I was just going to respond. I think that certainly the triangulation of board visits, I think, would be really helpful, but it also might be helpful, I think Oliver's suggested some of this, that we are a bit more purposeful in our conversations about culture in those visits. So I know they're very informal, but if we as a board have got that, a bit of a framework in our head around the issues that we are looking for around the softer things, if you like, around culture, then it may well be easier for us to have that conversation in PCC and here at board about what we are discovering.
Okay, we're not going to solve it today, but Caroline?
I think it's a really great question, and I think we're building in, next time, Tom, a workshop around this in board development. I think we talked in our last board development session around having something like a staff app that asks 5 questions that leaders themselves owned. We could have sight of, but it's, essentially the culture is going to change through the team leadership, no matter what team you are, whether it's the executive team or whether it's the ward team. So that's something we did talk about. We've also said that we would, if we think that our work on race is a good barometer for our work on culture, which the evidence tells us it is, then we said we were going to bring back, and we did say we were maybe going to invite Yvonne Coghill to meetings to be a critical friend. So we did say we were going to bring back our work on race with more of a qualitative, so we've got colleagues in the organisation who give us the mirror and say, is it changing? Does it feel like it's changing? I think in board development we could think about how do we get staff voices more into the board as well as the people committee. We've only got 6 boards a year. We've just, you know, it might be that we think we can dedicate more time to maybe 2 boards a year to do that. I think they're really great questions, and I think we could discuss that in board development more. I think that it's important, Zoe, it really is.
I mean, I think from that discussion it's evident, isn't it, that we all share the same aspiration to get richer information about how it feels to be part of NSFT. And of course, Caroline's reminded me that we have set aside time for the July board development, a large chunk of time to have these discussions, and then we need to figure out a way that we can filter in the consequence of that through, I imagine, people and culture in the first instance, and then back through into board. So with that as a kind of an action, if you like, from this discussion, are board happy to note the reports of the People and Culture Committee? Let's move on to the staff survey then. Thank you. Strategic response paper. Jeremy, if we could take this as read, it's a really important paper, and again, it was a really enjoyable read. Thank you for that. Could you just highlight any key points that you feel that it's important that the board discuss?
Yes, thank you. It was great to, I think, commence this discussion earlier when we were talking about our large-scale change programmes, and really whilst this paper majors on the work that is now in delivery for our 1,000 leaders across the summer, that is very much within the context of our large-scale change programmes, under the banner of our vision and values, so it sits within that overall framework. The thing that I hope is clear through the paper is the read across from our staff survey results through to the desired outcomes of the leadership development we're doing over the next few months, and therefore the questions in the next staff survey that triangulate to that. So that's really what should be obvious, hopefully through the paper, including the leadership behaviours that we want to see. The board will be able to measure some of the impact of this. We are taking pre and post-session views from participants about how the content improves their skills and confidence to lead and to manage in line with the outcomes that we are setting. And as I say, this sits within a fabric of other things that are happening. This is not in isolation, and the paper talks about that too. So other areas of work that the board will already be cited on, including the embedding of a just culture in our employee relations processes, all of the improvement and transformation that's taking place through LIA, the read across to our race work. This all ties together as part of our work to embed our values across our organisation. This is trust-wide, this is everybody. There is also some narrative in the paper that talks about what's happening at locality level too. So strategically, the response to the staff survey sits within that context. It's across the board, but also going deeper because we recognise the variation in our staff survey results that I know the board engaged with in our development session back in April. But I will pause there for discussion and reflection. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jeremy. I think the purpose of this was to make sure that we as a board could see how the different activity strands kind of dovetail in together, and I see that there's been considerable scrutiny over this, most recently to the People and Culture Committee. Paul, is my understanding, so it's useful to have this. We are ensuring that we are carving out time at our board development session for a really in-depth conversation on culture. So But with that in mind, I just wondered whether there's any key points that board members wanted to make in respect of this paper as it stands here and now. Tom?
Yeah, just a brief one, but I coordinate the SLT meeting, which is our bi-monthly meeting, and as Jeremy said, this came in March. I was inundated with people that followed up. We had a Kind Life present the data, and I think the data has really hit through to leaders across our organisation, so I definitely was not the right person to deal with all the questions, but Jeremy's team then dealt with them rather than me, but it has caught the imagination, just that look at that data and really getting under the skin of that variation has caught the imagination of our SLT, I think.
That was the planned intent, no less. Yeah, okay. I thought it was really helpful to see it all in one place, so thank you very much indeed for that, Jeremy, and we'll remit all of the other questions that we have for sort of problem-solving session together, so thanks very much indeed. Let's note that report, shall we? Thanks very much. We've got the board visit feedback report on the agenda. I don't plan to go into the detail of this, Adi. I'm glad that we're now having this reported back into board, and I'm grateful to you for having kind of distilled some of the themes that are emerging from that. It would be helpful to understand how we plan to use this information moving forwards. I think it really links to the question I was raising under the last agenda item, and it may well be that that's remitted into that broader piece of work to understand how we get sight on how it feels in NSFT. Does that make sense to you? Is there anything else that you just wanted to highlight, Ade?
Just on the back of the discussion we've just had, I'll be really happy as well to talk to Jeremy and Paul about maybe taking a further iteration of this report to people and culture, just to kind of help provide more assurance, if as necessary, to the work they're doing as well. So I think that would be a really good development.
I think that's probably sensible. I think there probably needs to be some sort of process, which I'm sure you can talk about outside of here, to sort of formalise what we gather in terms of information on our visits, and I think it's important we capture all of the visits that we're doing here, how that then informs the assurance that we seek through both board committee and here. So shall we kind of wrap those two pieces of work, the previous agenda item and this, together? Paul, does that make any sense to you? On that basis, could we note and thank Ade for the presentation of the board visit feedback report, and look forward for the next iterations of what emerges from ongoing discussions. Happy to do that, board. Thank you very much. Jason, now turn to you on the finance report. If you could just give us a very quick headline summary and the degree of how much you're being kept up at night in terms of our financial situation.
Yeah, absolutely. So the overview of the month one position is that we delivered to plan to our break-even position. However, that was with the use or the early use of 300k of non-recurrent mitigations, which we've used earlier in the year rather than later in the year. So we need to recover that position. And we are seeing an improvement in the expenditure run rate. However, the key points are that we need to continue the focus on cost pressure reductions. We need to really focus on our EVI delivery, including the improvements to our productivity across all of our services, as we continue to benchmark high compared to other national mental health trusts in the benchmarking metrics. In terms of net risk and your point about what keeps me up at night, we're currently holding around about 7 million of net risk outside of the position, but that represents uncrystallised items that might happen in the remainder of the year. Obviously, there are plans in place to ensure that those risks do not crystallise, but they're still there as they stand. And on other items, just there's no anticipated issues with capital or cash delivery in year, so I'm not concerned about those.
So your sleep score is somewhere between high and very high, which is good. This is a new metric for your tartan rank, Stuart.
Try to keep nudging.
Linz wants to come in.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight from the earlier Performance and Finance Chair's report, we did have a really good deep dive and received good assurance over the governance of EVI. And that was a really helpful paper as we have such a high requirement for it this year. Yeah. Seeing the rigour that goes into it was incredibly helpful.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed. Anything else?
And turning it into a multi-year programme as well, I think, is key. We talked when we did the plan about we've got 2 years of sort of high levels of efficiency. So actually that governance really helps with that.
Giving that one to Linz's legacy as well. So with that, no, great work. Thanks very much indeed. And, you know, it does feel, I think, speak on behalf of the board, we do feel assured. It's important to know that we're using non-recurrent early on, and obviously the challenge is therefore where we squeeze out the recurrent as we move forward. But there's clearly a plan for that. Caroline, do you want to come in?
Well, I was just going to say that we're in the best position we've ever been in as an organisation, having finished last year well, and have got a really strong route to sustainability. And certainly the recent EVI board that I chaired, I've got a lot of assurance that we've got robust plans. We've clearly got to deliver them, but we've also got a lot of opportunity still, and particularly through the productivity work that we need to do. So I think that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. We spend, again, for those that aren't aware, we spend a lot of time talking about this in private board and board strategy sessions as well, and of course through the committees that Linz has referred to. So on that basis, could we note that report, the report of the Performance and Finance report? Thank you. And again, in the interest of time, Linz, apologies, I'm going to ask to take as read the Audit and Risk Committee Chair report and for you to highlight any key points.
Thank you. So the two that I'll highlight is one that we received the final year-end audit report from our outgoing internal auditors, TIA. So, and thanks to them for delivery. And also we received our internal audit plan for the current year from our incoming internal auditors, BDO. The only other point that I will actually raise is we also signed off the 25-26 counter-fraud annual return ready for submission, which is due by the end of May. There's a huge amount more that goes on in Audit and Risk Committee, and I'll leave that within the reading of the papers.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed for that, Linz. I think it's really positive that we've now got the plan for audit to be used in the way that it should rightly be, and you've been fundamental in shaping that, so thank you. If we could note that. And we note the report to the board, if we may. Thanks very much indeed. Seamlessly, we move on to the appointment of the Senior Independent Director. Nobody noticed that. And I think the report really does speak for itself. Obviously, I'd been delighted to work alongside Linz as the Senior Independent Director. It's a fundamental role in terms of board governance. And I am delighted that Paul Harrison, who, for the reasons set out in the paper, is eminently qualified for this role, has put himself forward. So I'm simply asking, and it does have to come through board, I'm simply asking the board to approve the appointment of Paul Harrison as Senior Independent Director with effect from the end of June, I think. Isn't that right? Yes. Has anyone got any questions on that? No, let's take that as unanimous. Adi?
Sorry, not a question, Zoe, but just I think it's important to put on record that one of the requirements in the guidance is that this appointment is made with the consultation of the Council of Governors, and we have done that, and they are supportive of the appointment.
Apologies, thank you very much for that. Yeah, very supportive of the appointment. So that's been through the proper processes in terms of our governor colleagues as well. So on that basis, we approve the appointment of Paul as SID, and we can bring him back in now. Thank you very much indeed. Ade, fit and proper person test, I think it speaks for itself. I think we've all passed the fit and proper person test, which is a huge relief. Can we simply note the report of fit and proper person test, again, something that we have to report in here. There is a rigorous process behind the reporting of this into board, and an annual check on people's fitness for office effectively. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, just to add that what will now happen is we need to make a formal submission by the end of this month to NHS England, which we'll do.
Great. On time, on budget. Perfect. Thanks, Addy. So we note the report of the fit and proper person test. Thank you. Let's move on to the changes to the Trust Constitution. Again, this is paper V, and the changes in this paper are highlighted in red. We've had discussions outside of here as to why it is important that we amend the constitution, if you like, of the unitary board. We've spoken all day today, haven't we, about how much we've got on, what an enormous improvement challenge still remains, and how large the task is. And we've seen new colleagues of talent from the non-exec perspective coming in. We've got further colleagues joining us. It was important that our constitution was updated to reflect the reality of the position that we find. I'll leave it at that, but I wonder whether Caroline or Addy want to add anything more to the proposals that we have in terms of increasing effectively the size of the unitary board, and appropriately allocating voting rights as is equitable. Anything else you wanted to add?
Nothing to add specifically to what you've said, just to again remind the board that if this is approved, it then needs to be approved as well by the Council of Governors, which we'll do at the next meeting later this month.
So with the changes in red, are board happy to approve the changes to the Constitution? Brilliant, thanks very much indeed, team. Ahead of time now, just saying. God knows how. Okay, shall we move on now to I might be getting ahead of myself. I've got about 9 more pages to go. I think we're going on to questions from members of the public. I'd just like, Duncan's gone, but I'd just like to make sure that there was a question that we received from Duncan Double, asking about whether the Trust had any other ways of assessing the staff perspective apart from the staff survey undertaken nationally. And I think we've talked about that today, and we must make sure we write an email to Duncan to let him know that after he'd left, we had a further conversation. But Jeremy, over to you.
Yes, we sent a response to Duncan. We've had a follow-up query which we'll answer to, and absolutely our conversation earlier would have illuminated that topic and showed that we do lots, we want to do more, we always want to do more. And that curiosity is always there, both qualitative and quantitative.
Good. I think it'd be really helpful if we could just pop into an email. I'm happy to do it in my name, Megan, maybe just to Duncan, just give him a kind of a broad outline of that further conversation. He was here for a lot of the meeting, but quite rightly couldn't stay for all of it. Great, thanks very much indeed. Alex.
Thank you everybody for today. I've been listening very carefully. It's been most intriguing. I just have a question for Caroline, the Chief Executive, if that's okay. Just want to say that last week from the exceptional governors meeting that we had and the chair's appraisal, I made a comparison between Avera's Healthcare in America and Cura Vida Healthcare in Costa Rica. And I think that there's a lot of things that we could do within the Trust to improve. And the studies that I've been involved with are reason and helpful in that capacity, especially as we were talking earlier about the IRS study, which is basically the crisis team and care for the elderly and caring for the elderly and patient safety in sensory spaces. Missed appointments. The co-production was also mentioned, and I think that I've got a new role with the NHS commissioners, and we're talking about co-production in that, so it's always relevant. But I also want to ask Caroline about as all these studies together and the Section 136 study, because in the King's speech at Westminster when Parliament was opened, he spoke about the Hillsborough Law, and I think that may affect Section 136.
Thanks, Alex. I've seen what you've done. It was quite crafty because I know you sent us quite a few questions and you've managed to combine quite a few of them into that, which is very valued. And I have to say, I really commend you for being here. You're a member of our Council of Governors. You come from a really kind of rich research background, and we really appreciate that question. I'm not sure entirely that Caroline is going to be able to answer that.
I'd just like to ask, when we have all these studies and we have the results and the KPIs, who makes the final decision?
Good question. Right, I'm going to pass over to Caroline because I know she'll give you a line by line.
Well, I won't, Alex, because I don't know the studies that you're referring to, but I'm really happy to, work with you outside of here. I mean, clearly co-production is a really high priority for us. Yeah. We talked earlier on in the agenda about the work we're doing. We've got Rethink working with us, Making Families Count. We've got the Service User and Carer Councils. Our IRS is really innovative as a model, and we know from elsewhere that it's massively improves. From a service user perspective, no longer will they have to go to a GP to get referred. They'll be able to, and their families will just be able to refer straight in. It'll reduce people needing to go to GP, but also A&Es from the evidence that we've got. But if there's anything more specific, I'm really happy to respond outside.
So what's happened is Alex has very kindly sent a number of questions in writing to us, so we'll pass that on. I haven't seen it either, but I know it's happened. So we'll pass that on to Caroline, Alex. If there's any questions around the specific pieces of research you've referred to, I'm not going to bring you back in. We're answering your question. I'm going to obviously ask that Caroline follows that up with you, but I think Alex Stewart may have something that he can help with on this as well.
Really interesting, Alex. I'd be really interested in the studies that you talk about from different countries as well. And I think one of the things that I'm asking the clinical collaboratives to do is to consider models in different places, both in the country and outside of the country internationally as well, in terms of best practice. So I think I'd be really interested in feeding what you've sort of sought elsewhere into the clinical collaboratives and to review them and see what good practices we can pick up and push into our new pathways.
Thank you, Alex. Really, really important that you're here as well. Really appreciate it. Thanks. I see that Eric's got a question. Eric. Alex is being evicted from the microphone, but thank you.
Excuse me doing some reading because I was kind of drafting it as we were going along. As a member of the public and one who has worked in other sectors, other verticals, particularly in the world of insight, I can see that the board receives extensive quantitative information, as has been discussed. And there's a lot of discussion about the triangulation of the qualitative information as well on several occasions across the agenda today, which was really helpful. In sectors such as retail organisations, where I have worked in Insight, often using voice of the customer approaches to understand what the large numbers of customers are actually saying, not just what the metrics show, and indeed staff as well. Has the board considered whether analytical tools, including natural language processing, AI, it's called these days, could help identify important patterns, themes, and emerging concerns from the voices of patients, service users, carers, staff, and triangulate those insights with quantitative measures to provide a richer understanding of experience and outcomes than the numerical reporting alone. And I think that was covered on a few occasions, but I'm just simply offering there are tools out there. There is a function for that very purpose, and it might be worth exploring.
Yeah, no, Eric, thank you very much for bringing your experience, extensive experience of this from the retail perspective as well. I'm not sure who's going to answer this one.
Let me just try and start, and it might be something that we need to explore some more outside, Eric, as well. But I know that Kath and Nikant are looking at insight tools from an AI perspective that will help us to get richer information, aren't you, Kath? Yes. I don't know if you
Yeah.
want to just come in and say that.
Yeah, we're just at the very early stages of this. Nick Hunt, the Director of Patient Experience, has got pre-NHS experience in this area, so it's one of his priorities to look at. But I would say we're at the infancy of this at this stage, but your input would be actually really gratefully appreciated.
Thank you very
ask
much.
A question, Eric?
Yeah, it does.
Good job.
There's certainly there are certainly tools and functions exactly on this area that has been explored today.
I mean, the point here, Eric, is we can't reinvent the wheel in NSFT. We have to take the best of wherever it comes from, whether it's NHS, whether it's the commercial sector, research, and anywhere. But Jeremy, if you'd like to come in.
And just one example, Eric, of what we've been doing. So as I think you probably heard, we had a massive response to the staff survey, which includes some narrative comments that colleagues have submitted, and this year we used AI to summarise and theme those particular comments, which in raw form are quite overwhelming, but we then use that and it's built into the priorities that were reflected in my paper today around the things we're focusing in on. So that's one example of what we've done in the past few months.
That's great to hear. Certainly about 6 years ago when I was doing this for a large retail organisation, it was amazing how natural language processing, we now call it AI in a different way, or we're using AI from a different way, gave real insight into the emotion and attitude of words, of people's voices. It's all about the words that people use in relation to their employer or their service provider. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a timely reminder, Eric, that this is all about people at the end of the day. We spend loads of times, don't we, really echoing MC's point of looking at numbers and charts and figures and so on, but this is all about the people we're here to serve. So thank you very much for winding up with that question. Don't see any more questions, so I'm going to, nor do I have any other business. I'm going to move on to the last item of the agenda. 1 minute over, just saying. Values and reflections. This is where we have an opportunity to check in on ourselves as we do in the moment as to whether or not we lived our values of teamwork, accountability, learning, listening and kindness. Has anyone got any reflections on that question that I pose? Helen?
I think there was lots of challenge between, which is healthy in terms of our accountability, that although things are improving, that we're still challenging. Are we joining up the dots, getting all the assurance right? So that felt important to me for accountability, but it felt kind and respectful as well.
Thank you, Helen. Rebecca?
Thank you, Chair. I had the privilege of showing our colleagues from Older People Services out, and they really valued the approach from the board. They felt they were really listened to, and they enjoyed the complexity of questions that they were asked, and the opportunity also to say where we can support them and help them to improve further. So I think, just reflecting on some of the points that you made, Linz, at the beginning when you spoke about your journey in the last 6 years, you never would have seen this 2 years ago. And it's so good to hear our colleagues feeling really valued by the Trust Board as obviously the leadership body in the organisation. And I think I would go as far to say the same for the Talk Award winners as well. It's such a step change, and I think it really reflects our values. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Anyone else? Jeremy?
Yes, just to comment out that I think we came up with some really concrete areas for further work and improvement. So in the learning and improvement space, we were very much dialed in to that.
Good. I showed kindness. I was worried about how Jason sleeps, so I'm going to give myself a big tick on that one. Anything else? No, on that happy note, thank you very much indeed, team. It's been a pleasure as ever. Thank you.